That's another wonderful beers and boogers night. Wee-wee-ha. Anyway,
Y'all.
welcome aboard, Blackie and Erica.
Hello.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Sleepyhead, how are you tonight?
Oh, I'm good.
All you got to do is say the name. He knows who it is. Spencer Jamison from Woodwalkers. How are you, brother?
Man, I'm good. Thank you for having me on.
Absolutely. We got another one coming on here. Greg House supposed to be coming on in about 15 minutes or so. So that'll be an interesting night. No real major topics, but I'm sure this crew can come up with something to talk about. Mr. Blaylock's not with us tonight, and we'll just leave that there for now. But anyway, all good. David's busy. I think it's Dee Dee's birthday. Happy birthday, Dee Dee. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Aw,
Happy birthday.
Hey, D.
Sure.
Everybody in
in
chat.
yesterday. I can't remember.
I think it's today. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's today. Chat, awesome chat, starting to roll along here pretty good. So,
Where the hell's Misty? Misty, I sent you a damn link.
Yeah, I sent it to her too, and
I think
she said she would try. So, but
Yeah.
she's in chat.
She said her phone's on 4% right now. She's
They make these things. I don't know if you've ever seen them before. These things, they're called cell phone chargers. Use it. It really works good.
in Squirrel's defense, and you'll never hear me say those words again. But Squirrel's defense,
Oh, really?
Yeah. My computer crashed 3 days ago, and I had to text her and call her today and be like, please line up everything for the show tomorrow because I can't do it from my phone. So she's a little bit busy and it's halfway.
Wow.
When she's not busy waiting for that goat to birth.
Yeah.
Man, that goat is never going to give.
I told her.
Goat's got a tumor.
I told her, I was like, because we do all the breeding charts with the cows, and I'm like,
Oh boy.
did you put it on did you write it down or anything? She thinks she might have wrote down the wrong date.
So that would make some sense at least.
I just want Jeff to go into how do you breed cows? Tell us all the details.
Oh.
There's
That's
a
another
topic.
show. That's another show.
That's
How far
more
exactly-
something that's more something we talk about with Becca and Mark.
Okay.
Yeah. Like she's pregnant in dog years. But anyway, I guess Spencer, real quick. I'm going to be headed down your way middle of the week next week. Is there a lot of snow on the ground, or is it disappearing?
No.
quickly, or?
No, it's nothing now. It's all mud, but
I'm sure of that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
there's no snow on the ground. That has nothing to do with the past 2 weeks though.
Right.
With the ice and the snow and then more snow and then more snow and the power being out. But everything is good now.
Cool. Good deal. Yeah, it's supposed to be a really nice week down there next week. So
Yeah.
got some 50-degree days coming up. Hi, Patrick. I'll probably put a link out there here in a little while. Somebody wants to come on. Some of them like to come on here and
Yeah.
shoot.
Our last night or the night before we got down to 4 degrees here in Tennessee.
Wow.
When I talked to Jerry and Jerry's like, well, you're way colder than we are. And I'm like, this isn't fair.
Yeah.
It's just nice to see it the other way around.
Here for the last couple of days now. It's back up. But
yeah, it's nice. It was nice today in the 40s. It felt like
and Spencer, don't feel bad. You're not the only one ended up in a ditch during that one storm.
That's it. Thanks, Eric. What would I do without Eric?
I can't tell you how many times
How's
I
the
used
beer-
that term at work today.
How's the beard doing tonight, Erica?
What's that?
How's the beard doing tonight? You're on the Beards of Booger show. So.
Hold on, let me get it.
I'm proud to not have a beard.
Spencer, kick it off. Get us going on something, brother.
Man, I don't know. Take your pick. I saw, if you're talking about Bigfoot, which we're not necessarily, but I saw some BS on Facebook this week that I really, really wanted to comment on. Here's the subject. Whenever you're trying to be rational and you're not trying to offend people. You're trying to be nice. But there is so much, let's just say, if we're being fair, let's say 40, 50% of the stuff that you see out there, if you've ever experienced these things in real life, you're reading the stuff and looking at the stuff on like Facebook and YouTube, and you're like, that's total bullshit. And you're trying to be nice and not commenting, but there are some people that make such outlandish posts that it's all you can do to not comment. And I've already got strikes against me. Everybody thinks I'm a jerk ass. So,
Well, yeah.
I really try to restrain myself. And then I see other people that I know make comments, and they're making nice comments. I'm like, no, I would have worded that differently. But anyway, there is so much crap in the Bigfoot world. It's hard to stomach week to week.
Yeah.
I've gotten to a point where I see so many posts on, I must belong to at least 50 Bigfoot pages now. And to be honest, I go through some of these and somebody will like, this picture was taken by so-and-so at this place. I'm like, that's a cardboard cutout. That's not real. I mean, I'll zoom in on it, and that's all it takes me is to zoom in on it. And you can like that. There's a lot of stuff like when Flat Rock was on here and Greg's stuff. I believe their stuff. There's no doubt I believe that.
Yeah.
But when I can look at a picture and can clearly tell that it's a cardboard cutout or a metal cutout of something, and people are posting these things, and then you have rules in the group that you can't laugh or say bad things. It's like,
yes,
okay, I'll keep my mouth shut. But man, it's tough because I want this to be exposed. I want them to come out and finally admit that this is real, that Bigfoot and other creatures exist. So I should have the ability to tell somebody, look, quit effing with us because that's not real. You're not.
Yeah.
It's, that's different. If I look at something in the woods, I can't tell if it's real. I'm one of those people that sees things. Somebody will say it's right here, and I'll use the red circle, and I'll look at it, and I don't know what you're saying, but I'm not going to deny what you see. But if you see something out in the middle of nowhere, full body, that looks like a cardboard cutout, that has no facial features,
Chad, I would say, this is just my personal opinion, but as somebody that has done this for several years now, and I'm no expert, there are no experts. Everybody has to, if you can't agree that there are no experts in this field, right. I don't know what to say to you. But
I always laugh when people start saying they're experts. That's what.
But no, you have to admit, if you're being real about the subject, it's kind of like the people that post pictures where it's just trees and bushes, and they're putting red circles and going, there's a whole family.
I knew that was coming
right here. And I'm sorry, Jerry, if I'm derailing your whole damn show and you lose if you lose subscribers, I apologize. But if you're posting pictures of just a tree line, and then you go back and highlight 3 or 4 things, and it's just shadows, I'm not going to take you seriously after that. That's just me. Nobody has to agree with it. But there's so much stuff out there that is like, guys, why are you doing this? I've recorded stuff, documented stuff that I don't show because I look at it and I'm like, man, I don't think that's good enough to really argue the point about it. That's not a hill I'm going to die on. And in this field, your reputation is kind of everything. But having said that, that's all the serious stuff. Let's go back to being funny. Erica, you can put Rogaine on your chin and you'll get.
No. That is not a goal of mine.
I don't want to kiss a beard on accident because that just makes, never mind.
You only do it.
Spencer, what I wanted to say something about that.
Oh boy.
I've
Oh,
seen
boy.
plenty of pictures of stuff that I can see things in, and then people send me stuff and they're like, "Oh, look, it's right there." I'm like, "What?"
Yeah.
I can't look at it and say there's something there when I can't see it.
Well, in all fairness, I do think that you have to be realistic,
Yeah.
and you have to acknowledge that there are a lot of people that truly believe that is something and truly believe there is something there. And, a majority of those people, they're not trying to post something to convince other people, or they're not trying to post something to make everybody think that they're not trying to be famous. They really think that there is something there. But I do think that you have to approach the subject a little bit skeptically and a little bit open-minded and just being honest, not try to offend people. It's a hard line to walk where you're constantly going, "Hey, I'm not going to comment on this because I don't want to offend this person or that person. This person is friends with somebody else that I know." You know what I mean? It's a hard line to not offend people and be really honest about the subject.
Agree.
Is that why you and Misty don't get along?
Look, Misty thinks Misty is a fucking whack-a-mole.
Oh Lord, demonetized.
I know Spencer's made the point in the past that if they put the red circles on there, it leads you to see what they want you to see.
Yes.
But yeah, I think that's a great way to approach it, is without that. So we all see things differently. And I think that's a more true sense to see what's there, or what you perceive from it.
I mean, it kind of goes in the way I look at that too, is if we look up in the sky at clouds, somebody will say, "Oh my God, that looks like something." And then the next person will say, "That looks like something." And then somebody will also say, "I don't see what you see. I don't see either of those." And I think that kind of works with when you're looking through trees and you see, unless there is a distinct face and you can see it, again, no experience. If I can see it, like with some of the stuff I've seen of this year, on these shows, then I'm going to say this is real. It exists.
I would say, and playing devil's advocate here, I would say that you shouldn't post it unless you shouldn't make it public unless it's obvious. But at the same time, I've been there and had stuff happen that did not get documented, didn't get recorded, no video, no pictures. And whenever you tell somebody about it, it sounds outlandish. And I would say this to anybody that is new to the subject. If you've never experienced it firsthand, you probably should not rule out a lot of the stuff that people claim, but you should weigh and measure it. And there are a lot of people that have had experiences that there's no way to prove what they've actually experienced. You shouldn't just throw them in the trash heap.
No.
But if you get to a point where you're constantly posting stuff that is unidentifiable to the average person, you're going to be perceived as not a crazy person, but as somebody that is overly zealous about the subject. And I'm not saying you should rule them out, but I am saying people should be more careful about what they post. But there is a lot of weird stuff in this subject. There's stuff in this subject that 7 years ago, I never would have thought that I would be talking about, but I've experienced it. I don't know how to delineate that and put it in like a really fine point kind of category thing. You can't rule them out, but I wish people would be more cautious about what they threw out there for the rest of the world to see.
Maybe some people are just doing it for attention. Maybe
It's like crying wolf.
It is.
They're really trying to get him fired up, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Hey, Ashby wasn't the only one that had a possum encounter this week. I did too.
oh yeah, I saw his. Yeah, I saw that post. I want a pet possum, but
I agree, Mary. That's good work.
Yeah.
I'm not moving up north.
well, we're down south.
No, you're not.
He's reformed. He moved from Oklahoma. He moved from Ohio. I almost said Oklahoma. They're transplants. They're in Tennessee now.
Hey, whatever. They're beneath the Mason-Dixon line. That's all that matters.
That's right.
Hey.
So are we. We're beneath the Mason-Dixon line.
No, you're not.
Yes, I don't live in
We're
Pennsylvania.
a neutral state.
No, you're not. You're right. You're right on the line. You're right
The
on.
problem is
Almost.
Problem is all the rednecks are like out in the county, and then all the
Yeah.
liberals are in the city. So you
Well,
I got to
that's-
drive. Yeah.
That's true.
know.
I don't think in our town, our small town, there might be one or two liberals, or I don't want to start politics, but one or two of the L people here, but they don't let you know it.
the L people. This show is so getting kicked off now.
Hey,
Hey, we
I need
haven't
everybody-
been kicked off anything yet.
need you to take a break for 1 second, okay?
Yes. Sorry.
Because we have the world's greatest, the world's most
Uh-oh.
renowned
He's here.
Bigfoot investigator of Alabama. And it ain't Kumbo, but
He's not
it's
investigating.
Greg House, baby.
Greg House.
House is in the
Gregory.
house, baby.
Hey,
House
Greg.
House in the house.
Y'all,
Good. How are you?
just still doing without most of the time.
I like the hat, Greg.
Thank you. Dang. So what have y'all covered or not covered tonight?
We just listened to Spencer bitch about stuff.
Spencer in the red circle.
Well,
No.
I thought his power was back on, so he's in there by candlelight. Looks like.
The thing
His
is,
computer
his truck.
burned up.
He's got a
His
little
phone-
hand crank
his computer
generator.
Don't work anymore.
He got.
I've got a
Spencer.
wife. It's up at 4 a.m, and I can't go in there and wake her up with yelling a bunch of bullshit right now.
I'll be up at 4.
I would have thought. I would have thought he had one of those shake lights, unless he's burning out.
Look at him. Look at him. This is how he starts.
Them things only hold so much fire before they pop the battery in.
It depends on how
I'm gonna
fast
shoot you, Jeff.
Ah.
No, I'm just kidding.
Oh man.
I'm just kidding.
No, I'm just glad Spencer survived Snowmageddon up there.
Absolutely.
Hey, we were supposed to get between 11 and 16 inches the other day, and none of it
Yes.
ever
It
showed
was
up.
over 32 inches at one point. We were
Oh,
supposed
was
to get
it?
up here, but it kept shifting south.
Or they
Shifting
said
south.
between 1 and 16 in the beginning. That's what
I
it
was like,
was.
man, I ain't ready for that crap.
Well, the good thing for us is they say 6 inches, and the next day it's gone anyway.
Jerry,
it
what
warms-
was the last?
warms up.
What was the last gigantic snow? Was that 18 or was it 15?
Wow.
Was it 2015 was the last big one up here?
It might have been 15. Yeah, it was right after she moved in here. Yeah,
Yeah, that was the last time we had anything that I would consider
it was a couple feet
a
of snow.
snowstorm.
Nor'easter. We get that nor'easter. We're good for 2 or 3 feet of snow here. So
Oh yeah.
I've never experienced anything like that.
you don't want to. It ain't no fun.
I mean, I might want to walk through it once, but that's about it. I don't want
remember
to deal with all the
snowstorms where they
mess.
couldn't bring the tractor trailer in the road to load the milk, so they would. The company had one of the smaller 10-wheelers. They would run it in, pump the milk, and then haul it out and offload it on the highway somewhere.
Spencer, I'm
into the
sorry.
tractor trailer.
I'm going to just say I'm sorry up front, Spencer. Okay.
No, it's not your fault. But I mean, Jeff is like, I never want to experience 16, 18 inches. And I'm like, nobody does. And
I'm talking about the message that's on the screen.
Oh, okay, Greg. How many?
4 locks does it take to get a truck out of the ditch? It takes at least 2, I think.
Look, Misty just offended all of the Polish people that might be watching this show. So
No doubt.
stop listening to Misty, Jerry. That's your fucking problem. Don't.
I mean,
At least Farrakhan's behaving herself tonight.
I'm not saying nothing about anybody getting stuck in the snow. Now, look, I've never had a problem in the snow. Even we had the blizzard in '93, and y'all look,
We had one of those too that year.
I was the only vehicle on the road, and I drove the 3 miles from my mom and dad's house to the city here close to me, and I had a '85 Ford Ranger 4-wheel drive with buckshot motors on it, and I was pushing through snow where the truck would push it up and it was coming over the hood, and I would back up and go around it. And we made it. Look, we crossed a one lane wooden floored iron girder bridge. We crossed this bridge, and this bridge was about 80 foot high. The snow was about 18 inches deep, and there's no telling how much weight was already on this wooden bridge. And look, that little Ranger was so light that it was sitting up on the snow, and we wasn't mashing down about 4 or 5 inches. But we got across that bridge, and that damn thing was snapping and creaking and popping. And I got in the middle of it, and I thought, you dumbass. There's probably how many tons of ice on this. But we made it across. But, I've never had any problem, which, pretty much every vehicle I've ever owned has been a 4-wheel drive.
Right.
But, Alabama, if you want to look, we can go through any kind of Holocaust in Alabama and come out on top. But 2 inches of damn snow hits, and it's Armageddon. I'm talking about shut down everything.
Yeah.
And I don't understand. Now, that's what I want to ask Jeff, since he's the milkman. Jeff, the people up there all winter go absolutely batshit crazy over milk and bread every time there's a snow.
And toilet paper. Yes.
Well, let me ask you. I don't understand this. Do you survive on milk sandwiches or what? What do you eat?
I don't.
The big thing in Baltimore is Natty Bo and Twinkies.
What?
You gotta go get a case of Natty Bo beer, National Bohemian beer, and a box of Twinkies before it snows.
Oh my goodness.
That is well known. That is a well known.
Yeah, and then they're hoarding toilet paper. I mean, we don't get snowstorms like we used to, but they always act like it's the end of the world.
But what I don't understand,
as soon as they call for snow, the milk is empty, and toilet paper shelves are empty and bread.
I don't understand the hoarding of the toilet paper. Like, how much do you shit that you need to go out and buy all kinds of toilet paper?
You gotta think now. These people surviving off milk sandwiches for several days. It may go bad.
You would think if people ain't got access to food, they need less toilet paper. I don't know.
Right.
That works on that.
Mm-hmm. In your opinion, Jerry and Jeff, do you think it's since 2020 that toilet paper thing has really changed?
Nah, it's always been like that up here.
No,
It's always been like that up here.
It's always been a joke in Ohio.
2020 was interesting here because
you couldn't get nothing.
Everybody was fighting over everything. We had people coming into the store and arguing over the last pound of ground beef, and it's like, do I just throw them a pool cue and let them fight over it? What do I do here?
Everybody here for when 2020 started, the big scare.
Yeah.
And it really got rolling. Everybody was going to the big box stores and food stores to get toilet paper and stuff. This guy right here was hitting the Dollar Generals or the Dollar Tree stores. That's where it was at.
Yeah.
Right.
You could walk out of there with a cartload.
You couldn't walk into a grocery store around here. We went in that week. There was the Wegmans had one jar of peanut butter
Wow.
sitting on the shelf, and it was that damn sunflower seed bullshit.
Oh,
They could just have that.
That's why you had to have the extra toilet paper.
So, since that's technically not peanut butter, do you just label that nut butter?
Greg.
Look,
Hey,
Sorry, Mom.
he's gonna.
Sorry, Mom, in advance, but there is
Oh no.
it should be illegal to consider any of that nut juice milk. I don't know how they get away with calling it milk.
Yeah.
Every
Like
time
almond
I
milk?
see them trying to advertise it, being in the business I am, it pisses me off to no end.
Look,
I
Jeff,
look at it in the grocery store and I'm like, okay, this should be way the hell over there, away from the milk, because this is not milk.
Jeff
You know-
Jeff just managed to, in one sentence, compare nut juice to milk.
look, I've studied on this, y'all. I love almonds. I don't know what they do through the processor before I get them.
How are they doing this to it?
That's my point, Jeff. I have never opened a bag of almonds and not one almond come out had teats on it. Not one. No.
Yeah, there's no female or male almonds, right?
Hey, they did that in a there was a TikTok video on that of the little bitty almond milker. You had to use a spyglass and a pair of tweezers, but
oh my god.
Well, I don't really want to change the subject, but we'll get off the almond teats. One thing I want to bring up, and this could be really useful to folks, because I had a lot of people here that got in a bad way, as everybody else saw people get in a bad way during 2020. Well, I'm not no spring chicken, but I ain't quite over the hill. We went, everybody here except, Jeff, he was a wee little lad during Y2K. We saw how people acted during Y2K.
Oh my gosh, yeah. It's crazy.
And 2020 was hardly anything compared to Y2K.
Right.
Look, I grew up on a farm. I grew up out here in the middle of BFE in Alabama. And, we were already self-reliant. We already, if you thought you needed one can of something, you went ahead and bought 3. That way you had 2 extra.
yeah.
And that's what, and look, I spent a lot of time with grandparents that came up through the absolute height of the Great Depression.
So did
Yes.
I.
Yes. All right. Well, that weighed heavily on me. So I was really prepping before prepping was even cool. I was the dude that people was looking at going, oh, there's something wrong with this dude, man. He's done bought, what in the world? He bought like 120 cans of pinto beans. I'd catch stuff on sale because I was smart enough. I'd done my research and knew people that actually went to culinary school and like canned items, like canned goods in metal cans.
Mhm.
It doesn't matter if you take that expiration date and just rub it off. Because if that can's not compromised, swelling, leaking, or whatever, that stuff's still good. Now, it may not taste as fresh, but all the nutrients are still in it. It's still edible. Just make sure that it's not leaking or it's not swollen or ruptured in any way or rusted through. It's still good. It's in limbo. As long as it's vacuumed, it's in limbo. So anyway, this will be my comedy story that y'all will get some jest out of. My wife was not, let's just say she was not as big on the let's be prepared when it's the fan as I was. And I caught ridicule, and more ridicule with a little side order ridicule. Because, oh my God, what? Her eyes look like slot machine wheels. She'd roll them, sorry. And I was like, look, there'll be a day when you can't get this, or there may be a day you can't get this. We've got the money. I can put it back. It's going to be good. We're going to have it. Well, tell me why in the hell anybody would ever need 500 rolls of toilet paper. I said, well, I don't plan on being the kid on the block when I go take a dump that I got to get from corn cobs or leaves, because I never thought that would be fun. And what had happened was, there was a buddy of mine. He got to working for a guy, and they would go around and they was selling like paper products. They would go to hotels, motels, office buildings, and they would sell this stuff by the big cases. And they had bought a bunch, and they had some more come in, and the warehouse wouldn't hold anymore. And they had like trucks that was loaded. And he said, "Hey, dude, you need some like really good 2-ply, super soft toilet paper." I'm like, "What kind of place is that?" "Well, hell yeah, I need some." He said, "Well, look," he said, "we got some that, dude, it is like really, it's like Charmin. It's like creme de la creme toilet paper." He said, "I can hook you up." I said, "What are we talking about?" He said, "How many cases you want if I can get you 96 rolls per case for $20 a case?"
How much?
I said,
You say
look at
$20 a case?
$20 a case for 96 of these big giant rolls.
Yeah.
I said, "Well, brother, look here's a Hondo. Bring me 5 of them." Well, look, I'm like, here I am, like, 300 or 490 something rolls of toilet paper. Ever what it was 9. Subtract 4 off of that. So, it's like, God dang, yeah, look here, game on. Well, I've got a big giant basement. I've got racks of stuff, storage. And down here in the bottom, where nothing could get to it, is 5 cases of toilet paper. That's not counting the other probably 150 rolls that I already had. And look, I'm not going to lie. I threatened one of his life. Like, "Look, don't you dare touch my toilet paper." Well, my God. And she's like instantly going, "Well, I guess I won't have to buy toilet paper for a long time." I'm like, "No, you keep buying whatever you're buying. Keep buying it. Do not touch this." And there went the eye rolling. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Well, look, this rock's on about 5 years. Then the great toilet paper famine hits. And, I'm not worried. I'm sitting here with like nearly 700 rolls of toilet paper. Well, Wanda comes to me kind of like, if she'd had a hat, it would have been in her hand, her head ducked. She says, "I need to ask you something." I said, "What?" And she's like, "Well, I mean, would it be okay? I said, "What the hell do you want?" "Well, Mama and them, they down to their last roll of toilet paper, and they only got about a half a roll left. I mean, would it be all right if I carried them a pack of toilet paper?" I said, "I'll tell you what you do." I said, "You go down there and get you 30 rolls, and you put them in a bag, and you take them over to your mama." I said, "But right here is the line in the sand, and you didn't cross it. You have pole vaulted as far as anybody's ever went with a pole vault." I said, "From this day forth, you cannot never, ever say shit to me about stockpiling nothing." I said, "I'm telling you, not one more word ever." I said, "And I'm going to tell you this, tell your mother that if I find out that she's gave anybody a single roll, I'm going to come over and I'm going to get back every roll that she's got left, and they're going to be wiping her ass with their hand, because I'm not punishing everybody."
Wait,
She went down there and took a bag and loaded up 30 rolls and carried it to her mom. So, and that was enough to get, I told her, I said, "Look, if they legitimately lose it, I'll keep sending toilet paper."
if they
But,
how the fuck do you legit?
Yeah.
Well, I'm talking about if they was like smuggling it out. "Oh, well, the neighbor over here, their ass is pretty shitty. We had to help them out." I'm not helping the whole community.
If they were smuggling out toilet paper, you had a toilet paper pusher, and then you muled out your wife to go distribute.
I'm just
People always think you're crazy for stockpiling stuff.
Hey, any grown adult that's ever been stranded on the shitter with nothing to wipe with, they would pay $5 a piece for an individual shit ticket.
All I can say is, whenever the great TP Holocaust hit, I learned real quick that napkins were $2.50 for a big ass slab of them, and toilet paper was $19 for 6 rolls. So,
yeah.
Well, you're always supposed to keep the napkins in the truck,
Yeah.
I've got napkins in the truck, Jeff. Stop interrupting. This is important, Jeff. People need to know that napkins are cheaper than TP. We don't need to know about almonds and milking them.
Oh man, but seriously, I mean, I've been an advocate. I've had people ask me, I'll ask family and friends, I'm like, look, just periodically. I'm not talking about when we got a snow apocalypse coming or whatever. I'll be like, look, dude, if are you putting back anything? Well, I can't afford to put back like you do. I'm like, quit buying trinkets and whatnots from Wish. Hey, well, I can't go buy canned goods put back. I'm like, why? Well, you're telling me I need probably 100 cans of this and 100 cans of that. I'm like, have you bought any? Well, no. I said, dude, I didn't say go buy 100 cans of this and 100 cans of that at one time. But look, if you go to the grocery store once a week, all year long, that's 52 trips. Buy 2 cans of pinto beans. Well, in a year's time, you're hooked up. You got 100-something cans. I don't care if you don't buy nothing but a 36 pack of ramen noodles for $6. Put that back.
Yeah, go buy a case of sardines or anything like that.
No, not sardines, Jeff. No.
I've never had sardines.
Really, Jeff?
And mustard. And if you get pickled herring, I
Hell
haven't
no.
had pickled herring in a while, but I feel like I need to go buy some.
Oh
No
my
way.
God!
Yeah.
Talking about pickled herring and milk and almonds. Jeff, hold on 1 second. What?
Hey, I learned all those delicacies from my grandparents. That's all Depression era stuff.
Hey, look, hey.
Especially canning. I would love to get into canning because they canned all sorts of stuff. I've had pickles that they canned those damn things sometime back in the 90s, and they're still good. So,
Dude, I cracked open a jar of it was Concord jelly that my cousin up here she done. And the date on it was 1993. I opened it up about 2 years ago. Concord grape jelly, homemade in a quart jar, and that stuff was still fabulous. Good weed, every bit of it.
Oh.
I've got a couple cans of canned deer meat that were pressure sealed a couple years ago that are sitting right here.
Ew.
Thank you, Gary.
And it will keep.
Yeah, that canned deer meat, dude. In 2012, we had the big, massive tornado supercells that came through North Alabama. I think in Alabama that one day we had like 235 tornadoes confirmed to hit the state in one day. Yeah. We had like 300 something people that lost their lives, and the power grid went down. Browns Ferry nuclear plant powers like here, and it's only about 50 miles to where it's at. But that big L5 that streaked through, it got all the big high tension lines that went to Browns Ferry and wiped out most of North Alabama as far as having power. Y'all, I had 7 deer in freezers. Got 2 chest freezers and 1 upright. Mm-hmm. And look, you couldn't get gas, you couldn't get anything to even run a generator. And we were without power 16 days. And y'all, I had to chunk 7 complete processed deer in the freezers. Yeah. You talk about want to cry? Well, Jeff, I went online.
We've lost freezers before. I know how you feel, man.
Yeah. Well, I went online and I found the best place that I could find to learn how to can venison. You can can beef, venison, any kind of red meat like that. But it was University of Alaska in Fairbanks. Mm-hmm. And they were talking about you could do beef, elk, moose, whatever. And the cool thing, it was about a 2-hour long YouTube video, and they broke it down on how to cut the meat up, how to prepare the meat, and the meat's raw. It's just it's thawed out, and you cube it up in like little cubes, or you can put it like pieces about like your finger, and you just stuff it in the sterilized jars, just the cold jars.
Yeah,
and like it tells you how much canning salt to use. You can put certain spices, tells you what you can and can't use, and if there was part of that video that you didn't really understand,
And
You
you can
just
throw
back it up.
vegetables and stuff in there too, you know.
Yeah, you can put onion, you can put different stuff, but like the cool thing about that, it showed you step by step what to do and how to do it. And if you were like, well, I didn't really understand it, you just back it up and watch it again. And man, it's super easy. And when that meat cooks, it cooks in the jars, and you leave it for 90 minutes. It's an hour and a half once it hits 15 pounds of pressure. And dude, that stuff will be absolutely. It's like you took a beef roast, because you put the fluids you put in it. We used beef broth, so it actually gave it more of a beef flavor instead of venison, but it was still great. And man, you can pop open a jar of that and just eat it straight out of the jar. It's fully cooked.
Yeah,
and
it's already done.
It's like you put a roast. It's like you put a roast in a crock pot and just slow cooked it all day long. Super tender.
Yeah.
But that's what I've been doing, man. I've got like 250 jars of deer meat put back.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah. The next time I got to talk to my neighbor. He does it sometimes with the pressure cooker. And
what you need to do, Jeff, is one of these days you get down here. You know where the best place for us to get any kind of canning or pressure? They've got like a whole, like an aisle.
Really?
Of pressure canning stuff. They sell the pressure cookers, the jars, the lids, everything, all the utensils is Mary Carter Paint Store.
Oh, shit.
Yes, sir.
You and I have talked about Mary Carter. Thank God for Hank Williams Jr.
Well,
They
Spencer,
still sell all that there?
they sell, man, that Mary Carter Paint Store, and that's what me and Jeff are talking about. It's in the Hank Williams song, and that he starts off the song. I went down to the Mary Carter Paint Store to buy me a Magnum 44. Well, Mary Carter Paint Store is an actual physical place in Coleman, Alabama, about 20 miles from where
Hank lived.
Yeah, and Hank lived in Coleman back during the 80s. And he used to have a store. He had his own store there. It was called Hank's Montana Exchange. And they sold, it was a jewelry store, and they bought and sold precious metals. And he had that for a long time.
Thinking of Hank Jr. owning a jewelry store.
Yeah, but it was called Hank's Montana Exchange. But the cool thing was, man, when I was a kid back in the 80s, we'd go to Mary Carter's, and you'd be in town, and Hank would come walking in. I mean, you see him out in town all the time. But they've got all kind of stuff. And dude, it's like going into it's like a mom and pop Walmart, because that place has got fishing tackle, like a whole big room of fishing tackle. They sell guns, ammo, paint supplies. I mean,
they still do all this too.
Yes, sir. It's still, I mean, I was there last week, but they got one side of the building is like, you can buy like a wood stove. You can buy, matter of fact, I've got a hurricane lantern, a kerosene lantern over there. One that's got the metal and all that, the windproof ones. It come from there. And it's not no little Chinese made nothing either. That thing was like $80, but
it's hard to find places like that anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, but look, anybody, if you're ever in Coleman, Alabama, go by Mary Carter's and walk in. You'll be there for hours.
Well, Greg, when I come to see you, we'll have to go to.
Yeah.
We'll have to go to Coleman.
Yeah. Well, Spencer, did y'all have anything other than electricity? I mean, I know y'all were out of power for a while, but I guess y'all made it pretty decent.
I'm sorry. I'm
Sorry
still
about
trying to catch up on Jeff talking about stuffing cans of meat and you talking about Hank Williams having a jewelry store. Yes.
We'll tell more about Hank Williams later, because Greg and I were talking about that the other day too. Greg knows a lot about Hank.
Yeah. The internet went out and the power went out, but other than that, we were good. You just have to have stuff lined up and be ready for it, you know.
Absolutely.
And I'll tell you what, people laugh about this, but if you can get a whole house generator, or anything you can run the property, whether it's propane or just you can get those PTO power ones if you've got a tractor. You can get mobile units. We've got one of those, and we've got one that's mounted at the barn to run off of a tractor for the milk tank in the occasion the power goes down.
So let me ask a question real quick. Do you suggest like a solar or a gas?
Well,
Yeah.
it depends on what you're doing. I would go.
Yeah.
I wouldn't trust anything on solar.
Well, the only reason I ask is if the
That's
shit hits
just
the
my
fan.
personal opinion.
I'm good with that. No, I
You
Get it
know,
out.
to me,
electrical,
if the shit hits the fan, I want a
no.
solar.
But if you've got something that's PTO powered from a tractor or gas powered from a gas generator or propane generator, like the one that runs my house here, and the stuff at the market. Well, Greg, you can elaborate on that because you do plenty of propane generators.
Yeah, I hook up. Matter of fact, I'm going Monday to run a propane line for a guy that's got a whole house generator they just set last week, and I hook up a lot of those things
For a house, I would definitely use propane. Yep.
But now let me tell you this: power is. I mean, look, we'll all agree that electricity is not cheap, but you can buy it still way cheaper than you can manufacture it with a generator, because a dadgum propane generator or diesel fuel, either one, they consume a lot of fuel. I mean, it'll go through it. Now, it's great to get you through a short term, but if we were talking about something catastrophic, grid go down, as far as like a survival situation, a generator wouldn't be my go-to, because if you can't get something to fuel it, you're still in the same boat. That's a short-lived victory. I would say that, it would be really hard to power anything that was electricity, like a refrigerator, especially, most people want creature comforts. They're worried about, air conditioning and heat. Here's the thing. Don't rely on electricity if the grid goes down for your heat. You can open windows and you may get uncomfortably hot, but when you get cold enough to get hypothermia and actually die, I'm an advocate for having some, like a wood heater, or even you could get by like with a propane heater, maybe not heat your entire house, but heat a couple of rooms.
Exactly.
And if you had one small heater, and let's say you had instead of a 250-gallon propane tank, have a 500, you could probably stretch it out for a couple or 3 years and get by and not freeze to death. You could keep a couple of rooms really comfortable.
Ways to do it.
Yeah, but now as far as electricity, my go-to on that would be, sure. I don't mean, when I say this, I don't mean try to power your regular lights, your whole system. But if you just had a guy that was mechanically inclined, you could wire your house and designate some outlets and put it in and run a 12-volt system to where you could run it off of like one big deep cycle battery, like a trolling motor battery, or just one big battery. And look, you can go and buy some LED lights that are 12 volt, and they will run on one battery charge.
Yeah,
I've got an RV full of.
And look, I've got buddies that have homemade, because look, I worked in a welding shop for a long time, and here's the deal. I've got buddies that have took stationary bicycles and fixed them up and put belts off of the front wheel that go to a one-wire Chevrolet alternator. Dude, you can ride that bicycle for about an hour, and you can take a 12-volt battery that's dead as a biscuit, and they can have that thing hot as a firecracker just by pedaling that bicycle. And we're talking about, you could pedal that bicycle for about an hour, and you could run LED lights to light up a couple of rooms for over a week. I mean, there's a lot of ways. Now, the solar panels work pretty good. I'm not an advocate for survival as far as like having all this big elaborate, where you've got like a multitude of batteries that you've got to maintain, because one thing, the cost. I mean, look, to get something to convert all that DC voltage over into AC, 110, 220, it's going to cost you, $30,000. And, then you got to look at the expectation of, if you were down for a really extended period of time, you got stuff that's probably going to go bad. Your battery's going to go bad. This is going to go bad. And here's another thing. If you're wanting to, if you're banking on one battery, A lot of these batteries you can buy, they're brand new, but they don't even have the acid in them. So basically, that battery's in storage. You could use one battery that you're using for a couple of years. If that battery goes bad, you break that one out of storage, you pour the bottle of acid in it, and you're starting off fresh with a brand new battery.
Right.
There's a lot of ways, guys. I mean, look, there's a multitude of videos and stuff you watch. Now, some of them's a little sketchy, but like I said, I grew up on a farm, y'all. We were in Alabama. We're really good about taking nothing and making something.
Yeah. I will say something about the battery thing, Greg. We just bought a new battery charger here to charge stuff at the barn.
Yeah.
One of those ones from Harbor Freight, and cost us $200, but it's got a reconditioner setting on it.
Okay.
You can recondition an old battery.
Okay.
Run.
Yeah.
And it works.
Really?
Yeah.
I may have to invest in one of them then, because I've got a pickup and a tractor both. I'm probably needing to buy a battery within the next week.
I got a pile of batteries in there I'm going to go experiment on and see what it does to them, because we had ones that were testing, bad, where they needed to be replaced, and I put that reconditioner setting on and set it for a few hours and went back next morning and pulled it off, and it's running fine.
Wow. But think about it, guys. I don't know about where y'all are, but I mean, back used to, you could have a battery that lasts 8-10 years. Now, if you get 3 out of one, you've done really pretty good.
Right.
I mean, we've got some on some of our tractors. Shit, they're probably 8 years old, some of them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Then you get some batteries that don't last you for 2 or 3 years, like you just said.
Yeah. And don't worry, it wasn't because they were cheap when you bought them, or say inexpensive. They're cheap built, just not cheap to buy.
See, that's another thing. When I remember when they were, there was like, oh, for tractors, you got to buy these big fancy batteries from John Deere and all this stuff to run your equipment. And hell, you could convert the system, go just buy a damn Group 24, slap it in the tractor with a new mount, and it would run fine.
Yeah.
Send that information to Mary.
On the charger?
Yeah.
Say it was a Harbor Freight.
It was Harbor Freight. Mary, tomorrow I'll have to send that to you, because I'll have to go and take a picture of it so we can, because I can't remember what it is.
I'll tell you something else too that a lot of people overlook, even people that's got like wood burning fireplaces. I mean, you got somebody that burns wood and they're in pretty good health. They thinking, well, if something happens, I can burn wood. Well, okay, my question is, what's your backup on cutting wood?
Cutting wood takes a lot.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
Requires a lot of effort.
I mean, everybody's got, I've got a Husqvarna chainsaw, or I've got a Steel, or I've got the biggest, baddest. I've got a chainsaw with a 454 Chevrolet motor. Well, what if you can't get gas to run said chainsaw?
Right.
That's the reason.
Right.
If you look on the wall right here behind me, all I got to do is take 2 screws out. You see that big saw? I've bought stuff like that, like antique saws.
Mm-hmm.
Believe it or not, that saw is still sharp.
Yeah, we got them here. We got some here.
I got to take 2 screws out. But look at flea markets. Look at yard sales. You could buy some of we're talking about axes. Put axes back, hand tools, garden utensils, shovels, rakes, whatever. Because if you can't, you have the grandest tractor in the world, but if you ain't got no fuel to pour in that damn thing, it ain't worth a shit.
That's right.
I mean, at least if you got some hand tools.
A lot of our stuff came from auctions.
Well, I kind of think if you're prepping, yeah, it's nice to keep fuel around, but you got to look way outside the box. And Greg, you're right. Axes, saws, everything. You got to really look outside the box for that.
And another thing, if anybody wants to invest in, like I know several people that bought those wood furnaces.
Yeah.
You don't need to necessarily get the wood split or anything.
No.
All you gotta do is get that thing hot enough that you can shove. I mean, you can shove pieces of wood in that thing that you'd have a hernia lifting into the son of a bitch. But you can, if you can cut it and get it in there, it'll burn it.
The only thing about those, Jeff, is you got to have a little bit of power to run the blower fan and the circulation.
Right.
And there's probably a way you could do that.
Oh, you could. You just have to have, there again, you're relying on,
Yeah.
you know, you're relying on power.
Yep.
But, you know, it's, I'll just be honest with y'all. Look, I went through, me being the position I got with law enforcement, it's opened me up to be able to go to certain training and classes and certain things that I've got to go to for the last 16 years. But I went, it's probably been 10 years ago now. And it was, this class was held by ATF, FBI, it was Homeland Security, FEMA, it was all kind of alphabet groups. Yeah, exactly. I agree with you. But here's the deal. This was the class was labeled post blast investigations, and what it was dealing with anything. If you had any kind of something went off, and we're talking about from a little kid snapping pop all the way to something that was going to throw a mushroom cloud, anything in between, homemade, store bought, smuggling, whatever. If it was a blast went off, you as law enforcement, it was what you needed to do. And this was like a 3-day class. It was like 3 10-hour days. And, they gave us a lot of information on what, basically what role that you would play in this. And it was how to preserve the scene. It depended on how bad it was.
Yes.
And then they talked about how that if it was something really bad, and it was like it shut the grid down. If it was that bad of a deal that it shut the grid down, and the grid was down, and it took them, say, a year to get it back going. The one thing that they harped on was they were really planning that it wouldn't take a year, but they basically told us be prepared for 3 months. 3 months. Well, that's what they said, and they really, I'm in a room with 200 law enforcement officers, and what they were really focused on was for us to get things squared away, because if we didn't have our own home squared away, we would be busy trying to worry about home instead of being able to aid other people. Yeah. And I really, I was, like I said, I was already whipping the horse. I was lead at the bandwagon of, hey, yeah, I agree. So, I took it to heart. I really listened and paid attention. And the scary part of that was they told us that 30 days, like if you had something to shut the grid down, when they come across and said that, hey, look, our speculation is 30 days after the very second that everything shut down, said that 40%, estimated 40% of the population would be either dead or died. Dead or died. And that, you think about that. 40 out of every 100 people would be gone in 30 days. And then they said that, look, once you hit the 30-day mark, they ran out to like 60 days. And they said that the total then would probably be closer to 60% would be dead or die.
Wow.
And then they said, well, look, that it's still gonna be bad, but if you could make it to that 90-day mark, that things would probably start improving. That power to be getting back, that now all this was just a prediction. This was just a wild stab in the dark, uneducated guess. But that's what they were really preaching on was, that people need to be prepared. And then it not only just for that, but they were talking about for natural disasters. If you're prepared for this disaster, well, what you got for this disaster, 85% would work in this case or in this case. And that's what they taught was, over-the-counter medicines, trying to don't let your prescriptions, especially your prescriptions, don't go right down to the last day about getting your refills. Try to stay ahead of the ball game. If it's life, if you got to have it life sustaining, try to keep some put back. And, and like with me, I talked with my doctor and I said, look, Dave, this is what they're wanting us to do, blah, blah, blah. I said, write my scripts where I can have a buffer. Oh, okay. So, I still go get my stuff checked out, but I do have some leeway. And there's other things that you could look at over the counter stuff that you can kind of, you can't do it with everything, but that maybe this, if you took this would take you on through and get you by. But it's all about planning. It's all about planning and being dedicated. You got to think ahead. Don't go, well, it ain't going to happen. Because that's how you get in the bind.
And if all of us remember 2020, I tell you, it was like, I thought it was awesome. I'm being quite honest with you, because I didn't leave the farm all the time. I'd have to go into town to get stuff, and we were legally allowed to be on the road because agriculture was one of the things that they couldn't stop us. So if we were traveling for anything, we were golden.
Yeah.
And you could run in and out to get stuff for anything. It was amazing how fast I could get there and get back and not have to deal with anything.
True. I agree with that. There was no traffic around anyway.
And people were like, "Oh, it's so hard to get this and that," and I was like, "Well, I got freezers full of meat. I've got everything else that I need." It wasn't a hindrance to me.
Yeah,
I got 3 good things in 2020. I shine and 2 vocalization nights. 2020.
Yeah, the whole 2020, we lived in a condo and we never panicked about anything. I mean,
nothing bothered me. My ex-wife was freaked out about a bunch of stuff, but
yeah,
I grew up on a farm. Nothing that happened that entire time bothered me at all.
I feel like there were a lot of uncomfortable times then, and it was very odd to see the changes of things I've never seen before. People in their panic modes, and I worried about toilet paper too, but it got so weird because
that was the pain in the ass right there.
Well, there were so many limitations on not just toilet paper, but certain ingredients or supplies at the grocery store. And it just got weird. Like, people would look at each other weird at the grocery store. It was very judgmental feeling.
Exactly.
Well, I did not like that.
Well, so Erica, that's what
I didn't give an F about any of that stuff. I'd walk into some of them places and
well, then you had the mask thing and everything, and it was just a very complex time. But
you want? I'll tell you guys a funny story about people not knowing how to use a mask.
Shit.
Now, I will say that before we get into that part, the thing Greg talked about hoarding stuff. My ex's dad was big on stocking up on stuff too, and before he retired, well, he hadn't retired yet, but the company he worked for, they always had, all sorts of personal protective equipment. And he gave me 10 cases of face masks.
Yeah.
Years before the
N95, the stuff you were supposed to wear, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they were. So I had them all stacked up here in one of the buildings, and then when COVID hit, I'm like, oh, look at this! Got all these masks, hands. I had a friend that gave me cases of hand sanitizer because they said it was expired from a school or whatever. So, and you know how much I use for lighting fires.
Yeah, as long as the alcohol's still in it, it ain't expired. It's not expired.
I've got cases of it, like sanitizer wipes. They were like, "You want these?" I'm like, "Put them in the barn," and all of that stuff. But there was a guy at the grocery store one, and you could tell he wasn't really, prepared. He's walking around in a t-shirt that was too small for him, by the way, and a belly hanging this far out, and he had a
Hey,
mask.
Jeff.
Jeff, are you this guy?
I was gonna say his name, Jeff.
Jesus.
Go ahead. Finish your story.
Sorry, Mary.
Yeah,
No.
Mary. Right.
No,
Yeah.
that's it. Sorry about that. Did not know that.
Hey.
Just kind of ruined the mood. But
Hey, y'all, Mary, I'm sorry about that. Y'all,
God, that is terrible.
I got to bounce. Thank you for having me on.
Hey,
Thanks.
we're
Hey,
not-
Spen- hey, Spencer, you having a show tomorrow?
Yeah, we're
Okay.
having a show.
don't run off.
I gotta go. I got stuff I gotta do.
It's a house.
Yeah.
There's a light in the house blinking off and on. Get your ass in here, boy.
There's code words going on.
Yeah, that was Morse code for I'm getting a damn belt.
Wow.
No, I like that. That's why I gotta go.
Oh, God.
Jeez.
Well, good
Well-
night, Spencer.
Nice,
Good
Ben.
night, Spencer.
Good
I will see you tomorrow.
I'll catch the rest tomorrow. See
Yep.
y'all.
See you,
Bye.
Spencer. Thank you.
Bye.
Spencer,
Yeah.
don't leave mad. Just leave. LOL.
Yeah.
Okay.
But- But yeah, but going back on like kind of what Erica's talking about, how people acted strange and just it was just everybody was freaked out and scared to death, and that's what I try to tell people is look, yeah, we were going through something, and I'm not trying to belittle that at all because I had loved ones that passed away from what we were dealing with,
Me too.
and people were absolutely scared. But just think if it was really, really bad, like what I'm talking about, where it shut the grid down, no power, no water, no nothing, and it was horrible. You just think how people would act then, and that 2020 would be a drop in the bucket. It would be, and you got to look at the people that fell in there and tried to help people, and you got to look at the people that would have cut your throat for that roll of toilet paper.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
Her and I have talked about scenarios if the shite hits the fan of how we're going to react to people because we are who we are and what we do. You can either be the saint or you can be the person that protects your family, or
Yeah.
that's what you that's what you got to think about. And when that happens, that's that's a big deal. You got to this is my number one right here, and that's what I'm going to protect.
Well, and here's the thing. People say, well, what would you do if somebody came for your house and they were just wanting food? Well, okay. Well, if you start handing out food, then they're going to come back, and then they're going to come back.
and they're going to
And they're
tell
gonna bring-
somebody else.
They're going to bring friends. And look,
Yeah.
you can't prepare. Let's say if you put enough food back for y'all for a year,
All right.
the next thing you know, you've done took in 2 more people that's dependent on you. You've cut y'all's supply down to 6 months.
Right.
Well, if there's 2 more people, you've done cleaved that down again. So you're going to all equally be without. Yeah, I mean that.
The only way I'm letting anybody in is if it's like it's got to be a close personal friend or something like that, or anybody on my road, Otherwise, we're shutting the whole thing off.
Yeah.
It's a tough. It's a really.
Yeah.
It's you have to think about what kind of person you are.
Yeah.
I for the most part care about people. I really do. I do.
Yeah.
But when that happens, when you get to that scenario, like Greg said, you have to worry about people knowing you have food, water, and then them telling somebody, and then telling somebody, and then telling somebody, and now you're done because now you're a target.
Yeah. Well, that goes back to also think about this, like we were talking about the generators. A generator, the bad part about a generator is it's noisy.
Yes.
It advertises that this dude was prepared. So anybody that's strolling down the road, walking, looking for help, they're going to say, oh, look, there's lights on. Wow, that's like regular lights. And, oh, I hear a generator. This dude, you're painting a big target on yourself.
That's why I asked about solar, because solar's quiet.
Yeah.
And you're not attracting people. Even so in Ohio, we had when I think it was what hurricane came through in Ohio. It was whatever hurricane. It wiped power out. I mean, that the wind and everything hit us in Ohio, and it was over 100-mile-an-hour gusts. It knocked my power out for over a week. Now, I was moderately prepared. I don't eat much, so it was good. But if I'd have had a generator, now everybody knows that I have a generator, that I'm keeping something cold or some kind of power, and they were going to show up. So when we started somewhat prepping, I always asked about solar generators. I've never owned one. I want to know how effective they can be. Can I trust them?
Yeah.
That was the thing for me. I don't ever want to have to go through somebody coming up into my door. And now it's not just like, you're here. Are you seeking help? Are you seeking to come in and take my stuff?
Well, let me tell you this. This will give you a little insight on something that is a great thing to do. You can buy them new. Now they're not cheap, but if you can find somewhere that maybe like works on RVs, travel trailers, motorhomes, something like that, go talk to some of them people. And if they get one it's been wrecked or damaged, or just somebody's put one out to pasture, and look, you can not just the little bitty tiny RV refrigerators, but you can get some that's, gosh, they're probably 5 foot tall, but it's dual fuel. It's electric or propane. Well, look, those propane refrigerators, all that thing does, it's about the size of a pilot light. Look, that thing will not be as big as this lighter right here. It burns minute amounts of propane. And let's just say that you had a 500 or a 1,000 gallon tank. A 1,000-gallon tank, if you didn't use nothing but that refrigerator, that thing lasts 25 years. Wow. It would be fine. It'll work just fine. You can make ice, you can freeze stuff, you got cold stuff, and all it takes is that propane. That thing, there's no noise. You can have a working refrigerator for nearly nothing. You could run one of those on a 20-pound bottle, just a refrigerator. It probably lasts 3 or 4 months. It would last a lot because it's a little bitty tiny. It's basically a pilot light. And all it does is when the inside of that refrigerator starts warming up, the pilot light increases and it heats that tank of Freon and it makes it go up through the coils and it condenses and comes back down cold. And all it does is that pilot light, it'll increase and it'll decrease. And it modulates. And that's it. They're super simple. But
very
look,
efficient.
I bought 2 of them. I bought a guy I know that had a camper repair place. I bought a small one for $75 and I bought a big one for $125. They're grand. They're great because minute amount of fuel, super inexpensive. And if you can buy now, a new one's probably going to cost you $1,800.
That's right.
But if you go to one of those places, you can get one. Have somebody come, which, I'm a licensed gas plumber, so I had no problem for me hooking it up. You get somebody to run you a look, and all it takes is a little bitty 3/8 line. You don't have to run a big line because it's a little bitty minute flame. But look, dude, that seriously, for a bad situation, that's way ahead of the curve. Because refrigeration is one of the main things, y'all. Look, you can go out here like me. Let's just say where I live, look, we got a lot of deer, we got a lot of fish. But if I go kill a deer, or like if Jeff goes, hey, we're hungry, we're going to kill one of these cows. Well, if he don't have a refrigerator, they eat like kings the first day But the next day you're in
I
trouble.
ain't against walking out there and shooting one of them. I'll tell you that much. If we,
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, seriously, if you walked out there and killed one, y'all could eat like kings. But you've got one choice. You're either going to have to refrigerate that stuff, or you're going to have to dry it. You're going to have to dry it in a hurry.
Yeah.
You're going to have to process that and absolutely dry it. Well, that's where it comes into having a smokehouse or a way that you could use wood to dehydrate it. You know, the Indians would build like a stick teepee and put little racks, and they would make jerky. That's the way they dehydrated it down in jerky. And you could eat it dry, or you could actually put it back in water and let it swell back up. So,
Thank you on that.
what I was the story I was about to say a while back, give you guys some entertainment on how stupid people are.
Go ahead, Jeff. But when you're done, I got a very funny photo to show you.
Okay. So during COVID, I was in the grocery store one day,
Don't say the C word.
and the guy with the belly shirt was walking around, and he had a mask on, but the mask was only covering his nose.
I've seen that.
And I'm thinking, how in the hell?
I've never heard that.
I couldn't stop looking as this guy was walking past me. I seen him a couple other times, and the shirt, was still this far from covering the bottom of his belly, and it was matching the shirt and the mask were matching.
That's awesome.
And I'm just, I don't remember who was with me. I was still married at that point, so I remember who was with me now, but I just could not, I couldn't be serious the whole time because the guy's walking around and he's got half his stomach hanging out and half of his face with this mask on, and I'm just no good at this point.
When all of 2020 went down, I told her, and she agreed, that none of this made sense. When you would go to the grocery store and people were handling your groceries and putting them in sacks, and you were supposed to do this, that, and the other. None of it made sense. So with the mask thing, talking about the particulates of everything that was happening at the time. And, these people were wearing like crocheted masks or, chainmail, just stupid masks.
They got their underwear on the face.
The face shields. Yeah. I was wearing like the neck, the whole.
The gaiters, right.
The gaiters. Yeah, I was wearing the gaiters.
Right. I got to a point where I walked, I think it was Menards. And, they had a sign on the front that said, masks required. And I'm like, I walk in and there's a guy with no mask. I'm like, okay, freedom. I'm not wearing a mask. If he's not, I'm not. And that's how I was the whole time. So I got to a point where we weren't even going out because I'm not following the rules. I don't want to seem like that guy, but I'm not following that rule.
It was funny because I remember a story, my buddy, He ran in to pick up pizzas or something, realized he didn't have a mask, so he had like one of his kids' T-shirts in the back of the car. So walks in with that around, and the woman at the front goes, "The F are you doing? Take that effing thing off."
Good. I did. We went in to get, my buddy and I went in to get pizza one day at a gas station because chicken. Apparently they had really good chicken, and the manager come out and said, you have to put a mask on. Yeah. I'm like, okay. So I said, I don't have one. So I took my shirt and did this. And she said, that's not going to work. And I said, why is that not going to work? What's the difference between what I'm doing here and what you're doing wearing a non-N95 mask?
Yeah.
None of it made sense.
My ex-wife, where she worked at the nursing, well, it wasn't a nursing home. Why did I say nursing home? It was a daycare. I'm sorry. Anyway, nursing home's next door. I walked in there one day and I completely forgot. And everybody's like staring at me. And I was like, why are they looking at me? And I got dropped him off and I walked back out. And then I was like, oh, now I remember why they were looking at me.
Well, the thing about it for me was the N95 mask. That was like having a screen door on a submarine.
That's
Even
right.
without- I mean, that's where we're at with it. I mean, when you're talking about the virus, it's like, 100 times smaller than the holes in the N95 mask. Guys, it was all, for me, I mean, my personal opinion, it was all about, well, we're going to tell people that this is what you got to do and blah, blah, blah. It was all smoke and mirrors.
Yeah. Like they told us if you went into a restaurant or anywhere once they started letting people back in, 6 foot. And I'm like, the one bar that I used to frequent, you couldn't go in there and be 6 foot away from anybody. And
Jeff, it wasn't even 6 foot. The problem is you had to be 6 foot, but a sneeze can travel up to like 30 feet.
Exactly.
And none of that made sense. It's like if I can sneeze 30 feet and you're telling me 6 feet's a safe distance, even if I have a mask on, if I can sneeze through that mask.
Not just said people wearing masks in their cars. I would have a heart attack on the road if I passed somebody driving by themselves wearing a face mask.
Dude, did any of y'all, I might be the only one that saw this. Did any of y'all see the video where the woman was on the beach? She was on the beach. I'm talking about as far as you could see in any direction, there was nobody. She was by herself. I'm talking about looked like for 10 miles, ain't not a soul. Some damn Karen ratted her ass out and the police come down there and the woman didn't have a mask and they arrested her for being in public with no mask.
They arrested a guy taking his family out, but no one else was around in a park because they didn't have masks on.
Yeah. It's like, it was like we were living in Bizarro world. The whole thing was Bizarro. I mean, seriously, guys, the only thing it would have worked. I mean, for viral protection, you would have had to have like a respirator and a chem suit. You would have had to have a chemical suit and a respirator. And, it's like, this is crazy. And then now it's finally coming out that, our friend Fauci, we amazingly now we're going, hey, we think some of them's going, hey, we think he might have lied to us. Really? Y'all just don't put that together?
Yep.
Well, I knew
the
people
truth's coming out.
getting in trouble at work, working construction, for not wearing a mask while they were in a piece of equipment by themselves.
Yeah.
How in the hell are you going to contract it by yourself in a piece of machinery?
Yeah.
Mary, you can't walk by. Well, you don't have your mask on. The hell do I need that for? I'm in a damn piece of equipment by myself.
Mary, yes. Mary said Australia was worse. They weren't allowed to step outside of their houses. They actually
dealt with that. Good.
They actually built housing in Australia to house people that were. I won't say the word, but
wasn't Canada that way too, though?
Not like Australia. Australia was out of control.
Yeah.
I'm hoping we've all learned something over this. I mean, some of us knew that. Look, I used to work in a chemical, an automotive manufacturing facility, chemical wise. So we made rust proofing, sealants, paint additives, and we had to learn the safety end of it. What you wore for what chemical you dealt with. And when they talked about the N95 mask, like Greg said, that did nothing for the particulates of a sneeze of the disease that they were talking about. So again, like I said, none of it made sense to me, but I didn't want to seem like in the beginning, like I don't want to scare people. I'm going to keep living my life the way I'm living it. And here I am today. Now, my father they said died of COVID. My father had COPD. He had he was a cancer survivor. He had all these other things going on.
They all had underlying health, and
he was going to have a major back surgery. There you go. And
that's how my wife had to work every day at the hospital.
Is that your wife?
Every
Good
day.
Lord.
And that's
she
how
was in a COVID unit. So, but she had. Can you imagine trying to breathe in that 5, 6, 7? In her case,
and she was just
she
working
basically
in the
was
office.
7 days a week. You know,
Wasn't she
That's
just
ridiculous.
working in the office, Jerry?
well, she's unit secretary. She's out there with everybody.
And she's just
You know,
in.
but-
She's not even a nurse.
No, she didn't go in and out of the rooms,
No.
but you still were in the hospital.
Yeah, she was
That's
just
crazy.
in the building.
Every day, come home, clothes straight in the washer. Every day.
Yeah.
The whole year.
I mean, here's my deal. Pretty much, it's like people absolutely freaked out so bad that anything that they like common sense wise that just normal people knew about any kind of something to do with medicine or viruses and germs, and it's like throw that out the window. Never mind. Y'all just do this. You'll be good. And I'll tell you this. Look. It kind of irritates me sometimes because everybody they throw everything in the same basket, and by this, what I'm talking about, and if let me run through this, you'll kind of see my perspective on it. Everybody run around going, "I'm proudly unvaxxed." I got that. Look, I would have been proudly unvaxxed too, but when Trump was still in,
Vaccinated.
all right, well, look, they were working on this vaccine, working on a vaccine. Trump was kind of at the game, and we know now he was getting lied to by these people that were supposed to be medical people. So I don't hold anything against Trump because this is supposed to be the foremost experts. Trump's a businessman; he ain't a doctor.
right.
All right? Well, he got the wool drug over his eyes.
That's right.
But now look, they come around and they sent out letters, bulletins, all kind of emails, basically to the first responders here in Alabama. We got really a lot of pressure about that. Look, there's a vaccine being developed. It's fixing to hit the market. And basically what they were telling us, law enforcement, fire department, anything, firefighters, EMS workers, y'all are the front line. We're counting on y'all. Y'all are going to have to be helping people, keeping the peace. Y'all are going to be out here front line against this pandemic. But what we want to do, we're wanting to protect y'all. And plus, not just are we wanting to protect y'all, we've got some type of trials, educated guesses, blah, 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 blah. But we need people to step up and be willing to basically, without just saying, we need some guinea pigs. And look, I had, sure enough, I'm like, nope, because look, I had the flu shot twice in my life. Both times I had the flu shot, within 7 days, I got the damn flu.
Yep.
That's the only 2 times I've ever had the flu was when I got a flu shot. So I'm like, y'all knew, I'm just not feeling it about this. I don't trust it. Well, my doctor, me being diabetic, my doctor, he asked me, he said, look, your law enforcement, fire department, both. He's like, are you going to get the vaccine? He said, they're going to turn it loose for us. And they're really wanting us to go ahead and take it, to go ahead and get us where we can keep working. And, they really need people to test it on. And I'm like, man, I really don't want to. He's like, well, you're diabetic, you're high risk, you're going to be around people. And he's like, basically, he and I talked about it that, I told him, I said, look, I don't want my children to get it 100%. I do not want them because they're young, they're healthy, they're low risk. And I looked at it and I talked to another guy. I went and done some work for a guy. And this guy wound up, I didn't know what the guy did for a living. Just me and him, I done some work for him and we got talking. He said, well, he was kind of semi-retired. And he said, man, I just got one of the very first doses of the vaccine that hit the state. I said, really? How'd you do that? He's like, well, my job. He said, well, I'm kind of semi-retired. I just work a day or two here and there. I said, what'd you do? He said, well, I worked at UAB Hospital in Birmingham. Look, that is the creme of hospitals in the state of Alabama. I said, really? And I mean, this guy's just an average blow Joe looking dude, got a lake house. I said, super nice guy, super nice.
Didn't even go through.
And I asked him, I said, well, what did you do down there? He goes, he said, well, for the last 38 years, I've been a cancer surgeon. And he said, but the last 20 years I was there, he said, I was head of cancer research. I said, really? He said, yeah. He said, are you going to take the vaccine? I said, well, my doctor's having a fit wanting me to. He said, well, what are you worried about? I said, man, I'm just worried about because it's untested. He said, well, look, the reason they're turning it loose is, we're trying to protect the first responders. But he said, we really need people to basically be guinea pigs. So I weighed on it and thought about it. And I was like, well, look, I've been out here and I've run in on people with guns and knives and tried to protect people. I've been in, go to the houses and try to put fires out. I've dedicated a whole lot of my life to trying to help folks. And I said, well, if it's got to be tested, look, I'm a Gen Xer. I've been through shit probably worse than this.
Yeah.
And okay, look here. Hey, I've had a good run so far. If it takes me out, hell, at least they got a case study. Now look, under severe protest, but the two medical people that I knew, and they're like, look, we're taking it. My doctor wound up, he took it, but he didn't take his till by the time I did. But this other guy, he's probably knew more about medication than anybody I'd ever talked to. And okay, so I went. And look, where I live out here in the middle of nowhere in Alabama, everybody was wanting the Pfizer and everybody was wanting the Johnson & Johnson. And then I was like, well, what brand did we get? And they're like, well, we got the Moderna. And I thought, gee, we got the damn Dollar General brand.
Yeah, that's what I got. I think I got the Dollar General too.
Yeah, but here's the thing, y'all. I mean, I went and took it. And I had to go back in like 10 days. I think it was 7 or 10 days, something. It was a few days. I went back and you had to take the second shot. Where everybody else, I think, was getting one shot. We had to take two. But y'all, I never got a sniffle. I never got a head cold. I never got nothing. I didn't get jacked. They might as well have shot me.
From it.
They may as well have shot me.
It was a damn placebo. Yeah. I don't even think that it was.
Well, my deal was, now look, I can't tell you if it was a magic cocktail that worked on me, because I got that in February of 20. I think it was February of 20. And y'all, I went all the way till Thanksgiving of 22. That's when I finally got COVID. We're talking about about 2.5 years. Y'all, I had been around thousands of people with COVID. I mean, up close personal with all the people. But I never got sick till then. Everybody else was over it, and then I get it. And when I got it, believe it or not, that was the third time I wound up with the flu. But I was diagnosed with the flu and COVID at the same time. And y'all,
yeah.
But now look, the only thing that bothered me, I never had a COVID symptom as far as it. I didn't cough. I didn't hack. I didn't wheeze and sneeze. I didn't have any problem breathing, nothing. I never lost my taste. But now I felt like somebody had run over me with an 18-wheeler and backed up and done donuts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's how we felt. Right. That's how we felt when we had COVID. But let me ask you a very serious question, Greg. Since you grew that beard, have you gotten sick?
No, I don't guess.
That's what See, guys?
It might be the power of the beard.
I think.
I tell you, I think
Working on it. I'm working on it.
That's why I'm proud of Jerry. Look at him go.
Let's go on.
I'll hook you up on some beard oil, brother. Look here.
I need to get some more. I
got a ways to go to catch up that part.
I got some beard gel right now I'm using.
That's what I was doing a while ago. See, look, if they go back to the mask mandate, I got one built in. I just get me a rubber band.
I'm getting close enough. I think
I gotta show this photo. I gotta show this photo.
Okay.
This is killing me. This is killing me. It's killing me not to show this photo.
Well, let us see it.
It's got 2 strikes now, and I'll just let you decipher what the 2 strikes are when you see it. Get ready, Jeffrey.
Uh-oh.
Got the red circle. He's there. I see it.
Awesome.
Gotta be him.
What else do you see? Is that a yawn? Is he
He's
sleeping?
asleep. Or he's yawning. Yeah.
You're yawning all tonight.
Look, there's a difference between asleep and passed out now.
Hillary, I'll have to say Hillary sent that. Sent that to me in message.
That is
I'm like,
hilarious.
oh my God, I got to share that. That's hilarious.
I'm just gonna throw
Hey,
this
I'm
out
not
there,
going
y'all.
to say anything, but I was sitting over here watching him, and I thought he was falling asleep.
Look, I'm gonna throw this out there. The thing about Hillary, the longer she jumps in the chat, the more I absolutely love her because she's got a sense of humor that is tailored for our group.
Yeah, it's
We've
hilarious.
got look, between Woodwalkers, us, our chats are amazing. The people there are just
Absolutely.
incredible.
Yep.
For
Yep.
sure.
Very clever. Good job,
Now-
Hillary.
Real quick before we start cutting up again, Chad.
Uh-oh.
Erica, I'm going to put this up, and I want you to just give us a
Yeah.
summary real quick.
Greg will love this.
Give us a summary. Oh,
Podcast.
This is mine and Erica's new podcast that
That's pretty cool.
we'll be doing in the next month or month and a half. We're going to be talking about tonight's a perfect example, the C word,
Yes.
Yeah.
that stuff, all kinds of conspiracy theories, cryptids,
politics.
everything you can imagine. We're going to talk
Jeffrey.
about now. Yeah,
And-
I know we're not going to be monetized.
I will be a guest whenever you want me.
Hey,
Oh,
Jeff.
well,
Hold on.
it's going to be an open mic night. Every
Yeah.
night's going to be open mic.
Cool.
I'll have a topic, but I want people on there every night because I think everybody has to have an opinion on this stuff.
Yep.
And
Well, the
you know,
bad,
Very excited.
We
I
need,
mean,
to,
the
we
thing
need to
is-
nail down a sleeping disorder for Jeff. We got to figure out how to cure it.
he's narcoleptic, dude. 100% narcoleptic.
Hey, I tell you what, those all that sleep stuff they try to force upon you is a bunch of crap.
I don't know how. Undoubtedly, Jeff don't never eat soup of any kind because if he did, he'd drowned it by now.
God.
super oatmeal.
But anyway, that's
Yeah.
the Oddcast podcast off the record is coming soon.
Yep.
Thanks, Jerry. That's
I,
nice.
I
Thank
know
you.
there's a couple of
That's
things.
American.
I know there's a couple
Y'all,
of things
I mean-
that we got to work on, get them set up to go with
Yeah.
StreamYard and stuff. So coming
Good
soon.
deal.
Looking forward to
Well,
it.
seriously, guys, for me, one thing that I'm really hopeful for is just like Chad's having to say the C word so nobody gets in trouble. Or
Right.
people have to say pew pew.
Yeah.
It's so ridiculous.
It's annoying.
We got to shut down a word that even the item that the word is talking about it's a guaranteed constitutional amendment. That is
Correct.
our right. It's the freedom of that right to have those. But yet we've got to act like we're in kindergarten or talking to a 2-year-old.
That's
And
the
it's not
thing
only that amendment; it's the freedom of speech too.
That's
You're
the thing
right.
that
You're dealing with
that's
two
the thing
amendments.
that pisses me off, Greg.
Yeah.
Because we've got there's plenty of YouTube channels for guns and stuff, and then
Yeah.
everyone gets offended if you're not on that particular channel talking about that
Yeah.
particular thing.
Well,
Yeah.
it's funny because we talked about, I think we talked about this previously about the Gun Bros and Hickok 45 and all these other
Hickok
channels.
is one of my favorite channels, and I know Greg probably loves that channel too.
Oh, never mind. I don't think I should be talking about this. All I want to say is they have sponsors. So they talk about
Yeah,
whatever the hell they want to
Right.
talk about because sponsors are paying them big money. But they're demonetized by where we're at
Yeah.
right now.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, you take like Kentucky Ballistics. I mean, you got all those shows. They doing all kind of stuff, but it goes back to, it's all fitting a narrative of control and swaying people. look, what I've been waiting on, and this is fingers crossed, I hope happens. I want Trump to come back to sit down with his little super pencil or pen, and I want him to put the big Donald Trump on it. Is on the law that Obama signed out through executive order that come in like 1948 or 50, whatever it was. I didn't know the date. I can't remember, but it was illegal. It was illegal. It was a crime to promote propaganda on the U.S. population. Y'all look, Obama, like the day before he went out of office, he obliterated that. He drew the big red circle and a slash through it and says, we're doing away with that. Well, what did that do? That opened it up and unlocked the cuffs where you could put out propaganda. You could just fill everybody's ears full of misinformation and just keep pounding it in. Guys, I don't know about y'all, but when I see the damn news on the TV, up front and foremost, the shit ought to be one good, bad, ugly. I don't give a damn. It ought to be correct. It ought to be factual.
Absolutely.
But I'm a big boy. Let me hear the truth. And if somebody is lying to you, guess what? You don't need to be listening to them. But all that y'all, that's my
They
big.
act like we can't handle the truth. Like we don't know what the truth is already.
But there's right now the problem is, and Jerry, I'm going to end with my part right here, is that there's so much political narrative that they're pushing things on people. They want them to believe that this is the only way. Now, the problem is people are waking up. They're seeing, wait a second, this doesn't make sense. Just like we were talking about earlier with masks and stuff. None of this makes sense, what you're trying to tell us.
Yeah.
We are waking up. We are not going to deal with this. I'm not going to listen to you. Why are egg prices? We'll go with that real quick because that's not going to get us in trouble. Why are egg prices?
Don't you bet.
$5 to $10 to $18 in some places. Why?
Yeah.
Because you know what? If the bird thing is real, I haven't seen any dead birds or anything around me that shows me that that's a real thing.
I got one for you.
I'm done.
Why in the hell is the egg price so damn high now, but meat birds have not changed?
That's a good point.
Why is it everybody's going crazy about, the bird flu? We gotta.
Jerry's got a question.
I got a question. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but why are your eggs so high?
Because we got to make money too.
Okay. So that's called gouging. Okay. That's called price gouging.
Hey,
and that's what's going on.
We don't
I'm
have
not cutting you
enough
down
eggs.
for it. That's price gouging. There's no reason
we don't
for
have
farmers
enough eggs
who are
to
not
keep.
who are not losing chickens to raise their egg prices that high. And that's the truth.
No, it's
pisses me off.
But everybody's buying us out. So
I was going to say, what's going to happen with egg prices?
You're making money regardless. You're not losing anything.
I don't sell enough eggs to make any money, Jerry.
No.
What the problem is for like an independent guy
commercial
like
egg house.
when grocery stores raise their egg prices,
go ahead.
Everybody wants to buy independent. We're going to go to the local grocer. So the local grocer charges $2 for a dozen eggs. Not Jeff, but anyway, no, just kidding. So what happens then is every egg that Jeff owns is going to get bought, and he's done. He has no more eggs. Everybody's buying them. So then Jeff has no more eggs. All the independent egg dealers have no more eggs, and that's a big problem. I mean, what we have to realize is all these big companies are selling eggs at a ridiculous price, not because
they get away with it.
Yeah, they can get away with it.
We thought that maybe if we upped our prices,
John.
It would cut back on people going crazy and buying the eggs from us. It didn't do that either.
Yeah. Well,
let me ask y'all. We're only getting maybe between 8 and 12 dozen a day on the eggs, depending on what the chickens are doing. I mean, the things are so crazy now, just with what we have, I don't have 100 to 200 and whatever laying hens.
Well, let me throw this out at you. My mother and dad in 1971 built two 40-foot wide, 350-foot long chicken houses. Well, then in 73, the year before I was born, they built two more. So they had four.
Yeah.
We raised pullets to start with. The pullets, the people that don't know, the pullets, when you get them, they're little bitty yellow fuzz balls that grow into white, full-grown feathered chickens. We would keep them up till they started about the time they're fixing to start laying. Within like 2 or 3 weeks, and they should start laying, they would come catch all of our chickens, and they would take them over to a laying farm, an egg farm. Now, the chickens that we raised, those pullets, they would go to that egg farm. Now, they weren't for like commercial eggs for you to go buy and bake and cook or whatever. Those were hatching eggs. That was what they would turn around and grow more chickens with. All right. Those eggs, not only did they grow off more pullets, but you had houses that were called broiler houses.
Yeah.
The broiler houses, that was a meat herd. It was a meat herd is what it was. That was if you go buy a whole chicken, chicken legs, chicken whatever, to eat the meat. That's what that was. But let me tell you this. When they're throwing these numbers out, that'll be big sensationalized, 500,000 eggs are gone or whatever, or we had 50,000 chickens that's gone. Y'all, look, on the grand scheme of things, yeah, I got it. That's a lot of birds. That's a lot of chickens. Mm-hmm. But we're talking about that would be like the county that I live in. That wouldn't have been a third of the birds in this one county.
Right.
Look, when we're talking about egg numbers, when we had those, look, mom and dad took those pullet houses, and after about 15 years, they converted them over into laying houses because there were more money in it. So instead of us raising the pullets, we started getting pullets, and then we would keep them for a whole year. We'd keep them like 52 weeks, and those things at peak production, what they would ramp up and they would stay peaked out for so many months, and then they would start tapering off. Well, then they would come catch our chickens, and then they would process those for meat. They would kill those, and that's what you ate, the meat. Well, then sometimes we'd have a week, sometimes we'd have a month to get those houses cleaned out, new shavings put in, get all the nests ready, and then you're starting over with a new batch you're going to keep for another year. But y'all, look, this on a small scale. My mom and dad had a 40-acre farm. These chicken houses took up about 5 acres of that farm or less. Those 4 houses, peak production, we would get about 7,500 eggs per day per house. Now do the math. That's 30,000 eggs a day per day out of that one farm.
Yeah.
That's a damn bunch of eggs. Y'all, I went about 14 years that they had the layers. I didn't want to see another egg. I didn't want to eat another damn egg. I didn't want nothing to do with the egg. But that's what I'm saying. When you're talking about these numbers, look, that's a lot. But really, in the grand scheme of the U.S., that's like a grain of sand on the beach. But yeah,
that is an interesting question, though. Why are we fighting about eggs? Or not fighting, but dealing with eggs. But yet there's plenty of chicken meat. There's plenty of chickens to be bought to eat. But the eggs is I don't get it.
Well, let me drop back. We'll drop all the way back into the 1980s. Y'all, in the 80s, mm-hmm. we'd have down bird flu. We'd have all kind of avian influenza, which is bird flu. I mean, we dealt with it back then, way back in the 80s. That stuff would come through. Your birds would get sick. Well, guess what they done then? They'd give them medication. Look, you got what they call a field man. It'd be a company representative, and he's a chicken doctor. That's his job. Most of these guys. I mean, seriously, that's what they were. They were a chicken doctor. It was like a veterinarian just specifically for chickens. And most of them, when I named the cow college here in Alabama, Auburn University, that's where most of them went to school. Most of these guys went to Auburn and stayed there for 4 years and come out, and they knew the ins and outs of a chicken from its big butthole. They knew it all. And these guys would come around. They would come around like once a week. Our farm, you'd see a truck over there and be the field man. He'd walk in one chicken house. He'd walk through it and look at the birds, check them out. Sometimes he'd get some if he had some that he would notice certain things like, a chicken, they'll get basically a snotty nose. They'll start mucus coming out. He'd take one of those birds. He'd go out there and kill it and cut her open and see what was going on. He could run tests on it. And then next thing you know, we had these things called a medicator. It was a big old, I'd say, 4-gallon container. Like the water supply that went to the waters in the chicken house. You had this series of valves. You go over and like valve this off and bypass around that medicator. You could unscrew this big thing in the top, and he would give you these big cellophane bags. I mean, it may be like penicillin. It may be all kind of different medications. You'd pour this powder in there and screw the lid back. Well, all you done was, you'd turn like a couple of valves and reroute the water where it went through that. Well, all it done is all that medication, every bit of the water that the chickens was drinking was medicated. I mean, we've had them come in and sometimes the birds would be sick. You'd get like the big giant bottles of aspirin. Aspirin. Yeah, that's all aspirin. You dump like, 5,000 aspirin in this medicator, screw the lid, and reroute the water through it. Yeah. 2 or 3 days, the birds were well. But, we dealt with this. Mother and them grew chickens for 25 years probably or so. And I mean, I grew up, that's what they done the whole time I lived at home. So I don't know what to deal with this now. I mean, everything's a super deal and it's the world ending travesty. But here's the deal. Like I said, I'm a Gen Xer. So here's the deal.
You do.
Look at all the world ending things that we've done, made it through, and they didn't nothing happen. I mean,
yeah, that's just true.
Right.
Yep.
I mean, look, y'all, I'm still waiting on the metal on my roof to run off because the acid rain melted it.
Yeah, right.
Well, what Moggs was saying about us up in the egg prices, we were just trying to keep up with everything else because crazy, we weren't making anything. I mean, trying to change some stuff up to keep up with the stuff. I mean, we've got shit's just freaking crazy.
The thing,
okay, stop squirming. You're okay.
the thing that I'll say about
I don't need eggs to live anyway. So.
Holsteins are going for $300 to $500 for a bull calf. I mean,
yeah. Let me throw this out there, and this is something that somebody that's never been a farmer or lived on a farm, grew up on a farm. Farming is nothing but legalized gambling. That's all it is. Farming is nothing but gambling.
You ain't kidding, man.
Yeah, I mean, y'all, I've seen my parents have a flock of birds, and you may have some sickness in the birds, and something hit them, and your egg production would go from 7,500 down to 2,500. And there wasn't a damn thing you could do about it. Well, you're getting paid. They got paid so many cents per dozen. And look, they would bring an 18-wheeler out, an 18-wheeler truck twice a week and load eggs up. Well, they were getting paid by the dozen. And look, you've done everything this whole year. You've done the same thing you did the last 5 years, and you've had a good egg production, and you made a living. They never made big money, but they made a decent living. But then you get a batch of chickens, the birds are sick, something's wrong with the birds, they break. And look, they were forever trying to come up with the world's greatest chicken. We'll breed this with that, and this with this, and this with that. Right. Well, this may work and it may not work. Or, these chickens were stunted, they're kind of runny. It just didn't work good. Well, they got all this money in them, and they got to grow them on out and see what they're going to do. Well, that was no fault of my parents. But here I've seen my parents work for a whole year, and at the end of the year go out to borrow like $30,000-$40,000 just to make their payments. They worked a whole year and went in the hole. Yeah. And and then the chicken companies were horrible about oh, we've got the new latest and greatest. We got a new feed system. Well, okay. What's wrong with what we got? Well, we think that the chickens can eat easier and they won't waste any more feed. It's gonna. They got big one time on the roosters were eating more feed than what they should. So the idea on that was to change out the feeder systems or modify the feeder systems. We wound up. They let us modify ours. Mom and Dad spent $18,000, and we had to work for about 3 weeks, every day for 3 weeks, modifying this whole feeder system. We put that feeder system in, $18,000 in materials for us to do it, because look, if we'd have hired it done, it would have probably been about 40 grand.
Right.
We put all this work and all this money in it. They grew one batch of chickens. The chicken company said, well, shit, that didn't work. Y'all just go ahead and put it back like it was.
Wow.
So we had to look, $18,000 just gone. They didn't reimburse them. They didn't help them out. They didn't give them a raise. Right. Nothing. And I've watched this my whole life, and I've had people go, man, I can't believe you do what you do now. I'm like, fix air conditioners. What are you talking about? Well, man, you growed up on a chicken farm. I figured you'd had a chicken farm. And I'm like, the reason I don't have a chicken farm is because I grew up on one of the damn things. Hell to the no. No, ain't happening. And I'll tell you this. You're beholden to the people that you grow chickens for. The chicken company has got you by the short and curlies, and they're just twisting. Because I watched my mom and daddy.
He ain't lying. It's like what we deal with here with the dairy stuff.
I'll tell you what.
Co-ops.
I'll tell you what, I watched my parents do 3 times. I know 3 times that I watched them do it. They'd get their farm paid off. I'm talking about they would get their farm, pay the last payment. It was free and clear, it was theirs. It wouldn't be a month. The chicken company would come out and say, well, we're going to have to update. You're going to have to update these houses. And Daddy's like, look, I don't want to. No, I'm not borrowing no more money. Well, if you don't, we're going to cut you off. That basically you're fired from growing chickens.
Yep.
I watched my daddy have to go back and borrow $200,000 on a farm that was already paid for to update equipment just to keep the job.
Yep.
And you're doing the same job and you didn't get any more eggs, you didn't have better chickens, nothing changed. But the chicken company wanted you to be beholden to them. As long as you're in debt, you were under their thumb and had to do what they said to do.
And that's right.
Yep.
100%.
Nowadays, you're better. I mean, if you still want to stay in the business with farming, you're better off having an off the farm job and just raising beef cattle.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because beef cattle are easy.
Yeah.
And you don't need to be there all the time with them. And you can still have the farm.
If y'all noticed this, I almost got in trouble on the book of face. I made a comment. There was some woman was griping. There was a little statement, that just pop up. It'll be like a red background, be big balloon looking letters. It said, I hope everybody's proud. Said maybe they'll figure out that they would a lot rather pay $5 an hour for somebody to pick their vegetables. I hope they have fun and enjoy doing it themselves. And I'm thinking, okay, is this not the same group that's like scolding everybody wanting $20 minimum wage?
Yep.
Well, wait a minute. Now, we're advocate for $20 minimum wage, but we think it's okay to get somebody to pick vegetables for $5.
Well,
I got a lot of hate.
The party of slavery still believes in low cost slavery. I guess that's the way you would call it.
Seriously, I hope
the dairy co-op doesn't listen to any of these podcasts because I could say some shit.
Yeah.
Well, for Jerry's sake, we need to kind of maybe back off a little bit.
I don't think Jerry's going to get demonetized for me talking about the dairy industry. Well, he might. I don't know.
You'll be the first one I call if it does happen. You think you gamble as a farmer? You should be a content creator with YouTube.
Oh man,
That's Russian roulette, buddy. Believe me.
I tell you,
Sorry, YouTube.
this job goes so far up and down.
Yep.
With
I know. I've had many of my family are dairy farmers, Jeff.
You go from almost $30 100 pounds for milk to back in COVID when we got put on a quota system. You want to talk about that? Was the only thing that really sucked for me about that whole thing was if we made over if we made over a certain percentage, they would dock us for too much milk.
Yeah. Well, tell me,
we paid anywhere from $7 to $12 per 100 pounds.
I'll tell you what they done, Jeff. A guy here, it was one of my mother's best friends. Her and her husband owned a big dairy farm here, and they were probably milking 300 or 400 cows.
COVID, or was that just for something else? I remember.
This was back in the 80s.
I remember you telling me this. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess probably around 1990.
Yeah.
The government came in and gave this guy an offer. They wanted him to close down his dairy because they said, "Look, we've got too many dairy farmers, and there's so many of y'all. The prices are down because the market's flooded with milk. That we think it's in everybody's best interest if some of y'all go out of business." Well, they made this guy an offer, and they paid the man like $5 million, $5 million to shut his dairy farm down. They got to keep. They didn't buy the farm. All he done was had to go out of the dairy business, and all the cows, the milk cows that he had, they had to be sold for slaughter. Yeah. They couldn't go to another milk farm. So now, like I said, his cows had to be slaughtered. He shut the dairy down, and the government paid him $5 million to shut it down. But I'm pretty sure that was right. I think it was $5 million, or that's what we were told. But it was like, well, wait a minute. But that was absolutely to drive the price of milk back up. And what happened to capitalism? What happened to let the marbles fall where they lay? And it is what it is. If stay out of the market, let the market. It may take it a minute, but the market will absolutely correct itself. It's all about supply and demand.
It's like the thing that sucked about us. I mean, we don't have a big egg operation, but I mean, we sell them at the store, but we can't keep up with that kind of demand. I mean, well, we figured if we priced ourselves high enough that, the people that always bought from us would keep buying and some of the other people go away.
Well, I mean, why give a shit away if you can sell it?
Exactly. And we're like, I hate to have to up the price on anything, but goddamn, we got to make
I mean, look, Jerry, it's simple. It's very simple. Jeff could sell a dozen eggs or 2 dozen eggs, and he could either have enough money to buy a pint or he could buy a liter.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody wants to have to do that, but then, you got people on the news because we were on for some of that because we got, for whatever reason, got picked, and people are coming in going, "Oh, well, you don't have any eggs." I was like, that was what we were just on the damn news for.
I mean, and another thing,
because we don't have eggs.
Another thing that a lot of people that don't see what goes on behind the scenes. Can you imagine some of these big farmers that, guys, I mean, we're talking about people that's going out and buying a piece of equipment that cost $1 million.
Uh-huh.
$1 million. I mean, $800,000 for a tractor or a car. I wonder what a big combine. I wonder what a big combine would cost right now, Jeff.
It's quite pricey.
Well,
you got guys going out there every couple, 3 or 4 years buying them.
Just some of these tractors now.
Yeah.
You're talking 400,000.
Yeah. That's not the implements. That's just the tractor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's for. I mean, guys, look.
You're talking over $1 million for like a new manure spreader and a tractor.
Dude, I would have to have a rubber.
Tractor. You're talking over $1 million.
Yeah, look, dude. I would have to have a rubber stamp with my name because I'd be shaking so bad I couldn't sign the loan paper.
I can't see how farmers, knowing that a lot of farmers are just struggling to get by and then have to buy new tractors or combines or that are 100,000, 200,000 plus. That's the thing that bothers me is like, these are the people that keep us alive, farmers that with what they grow, you can tell that the fact that they have to pay so much for these things that somebody's trying to shut the farming industry down.
I'll tell you one thing about all this. It's going retro again because everybody's getting tired of the DEF fluid, the diesel exhaust stuff and all of this new stuff. People, like a lot of farmers are going back and buying the old equipment.
Yep.
Good.
Just rebuilt and just, rebuilding stuff that was built in the 80s, 90s, because all this new shit is just going nuts.
Well, Jeff, that's like, I got buddies here that's got trucking companies. They're buying the older trucks and absolutely rebuilding them from one end to the other, the 18-wheelers, because they don't have to have the DEF fuel on. I mean, we're talking about trucks. I can't remember, was it before 2000? Is that right?
Yeah.
Anything, I think it's before 2000, doesn't have to have it. And we're talking about guys that's buying trucks that's 25, 30 years old. And just one.
2010 was when they started pushing it.
Yeah, but the thing about it is, we're talking about an old diesel truck that if it wasn't for that, the thing would be out to pasture and, it wouldn't be worth $2,500. And if you can just buy a frame that you can build off of now, they're paying $35,000, $40,000 for just a piece of junk and then rebuilding it. And basically what they're doing is building a new old truck.
Yep.
So
my thought was always old stuff is the way to go. I mean,
I still say that about trucks.
I just bought a tractor. Let's see, we bought one this year. It was a John Deere 4430, built in 1977, and we got it. We lucked out and bought this at an auction for like 17 grand. They're selling for anything from 25 to 30 right now because people are tired of the new stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, you could buy an old tractor and if you had to put a new engine in it or whatever, you're still saving money.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I look at pickup trucks the same way.
Hey, I have no problem buying an old truck either.
Absolutely. I don't want to. I really wish if I could find a good pickup truck with no computer system in it, in a heartbeat, I'd buy it. In a heartbeat. We know now that they can shut your vehicles down. They can shut your computer down on your car. Look, Gary, I'm sorry, but this is the kind of stuff that. This is the stuff I worry about. I mean, we should all be worried about this. If you like with all these new cars that they're pushing, like Teslas and
where you got to hook a gas generator to it to get enough.
Well, just they have the ability to shut you down as you're driving. If you say, let's say in the future you say something wrong on F-Book, and they don't like it, they can take away your bank account, like the Canadian truckers, they can do all this stuff to really, really hurt you.
Well, think about this. What if they start doing, and people say, well, they can't do this, they can't do that. I mean, how are they going to tell you what you can and can't buy? Well, jump back to the Depression where you were limited. You had to have stamps. I mean, it didn't make a damn to buy it legally. It didn't make a damn if you had a roll of hundreds that big around. You couldn't buy flour. You couldn't buy milk. You couldn't buy certain things unless you had the allotment stamps to go with it. You couldn't buy what you wanted unless you were everything was restricted. Well, what if they decide that, hey, well, old Jeff there, we're going to limit everybody because we're going to save everybody. We're going to limit everybody to, you can only drive 40 miles a week. Well, once your car hits that 40-mile threshold, you're walking down the side of the road. Yeah, I don't understand it. We got a lot of stuff that's going to work out, but I don't know what we got to go through for it to eventually work completely out.
Right. And that's, hopefully good times are ahead of us. I believe they are, to change things around, to make things normal.
Well, I think for me, one of the biggest factors though goes back to if you're doing especially a news story, you ought to be able to, you ought to not be able to, you should have to back it up with absolute fact. Quit spinning the ball, quit trying to steer people over here and basically, swaying people. That's not right. I don't care if it's one side or the other. If you're reporting on something, it needs to be factual. Quit. And the whole deal about, well, if we make this up and we repeat it long enough, people are going to believe it. That's what's so sad. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what it is.
I've for my podcast, I've done a lot of research on a lot of things, and I don't want to get too much into it, but there's a thing called Operation Mockingbird, and I'm sure a lot of people know what that is. And that's where the news repeats the same thing on every channel, the exact same thing. And I think we're going through that, or we've been going through that for the past at least 20 plus years. I think there was a time when we could trust the news, but we also have to look at, can we trust history? Can we trust what was written about history? That's another thing we'll dwell on our podcast. But with the news, they tell us what they want us to know, and it's your choice whether you want to believe it or not. And all I tell everybody is ask questions, do your research, find out what's really real. And to do that, you have to research for a little while. You can't just go to the next website and click on that and go, oh, well, this one says yes, because there's so much fake news and whatever the other term was they came up with. Disinformation. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
That's out there that we have to worry about. Right now we're at a point just in America with each other that civil war looks like it could be imminent. I don't want it to be, because I think it's just because people are too blind and they're listening to people that they shouldn't be listening to. We should all love each other. We all have different opinions, and that's how this country was formed.
Yeah.
But some people are more brainwashed than others, and that's the problem. We need we need people to wake up, and I hope that happens before anything bad would happen.
Well, the whole deal for me right now too is all these people that are absolutely freaking out over the audit that's happening. Well, here's my deal. I don't care who you voted for. If you can't look and decide for yourself that look, the audit is a great thing. It's not a great thing for the people in power. It's a great thing for those of us out here. I don't care which side of the aisle you're on. Look, I don't care if you're not paying nothing but sales tax. You're giving up money, something that you got, no matter how you got earned it, somebody gave it, whatever. It's your possession. You're forced to give it to somebody else. Well, don't tell me that I don't have the right to question, hey, what are you doing with it?
Absolutely.
What are you doing with my...
Let's not forget, this is our country. Our tax money pays the politicians that are changing the rules and trying to create things that we don't want. And then they say in every breath, whether it's a D or an R, this is what the people want. Okay,
Yeah.
let's remember, we know what we want. We don't all agree on everything, but for them to tell us this is what we want, that's what's wrong. Okay.
Well, all right. How many people out there is mad at both sides because all this stuff, this just reckless spending, how did it get this far? Why hadn't somebody from both sides done said, "Hey, whoa, hold on a minute"?
Yeah.
Because they're all getting slid under the table. You can't tell me, look, I want to know where I can go get a job to make $175,000 a year, and in 10 years I've got $40 million in the bank.
Well,
Absolutely.
Here's something that irritates the hell out of me. I mean, being in the dairy industry, working with the co-ops and stuff that we do, and we're very reliant upon the state because they govern, the manure storage and all that kind of stuff that we have to do. That's all EPA linked. Well, we're supposed to be getting some, we've got some stuff that needs. It's all funded by the state that they're all supposed to, deal with because it's environmental. And we've got manure pits that need to be replaced, stuff that's, they need to be dealing with. And they're like, oh, well, we've got you on the list. We're working on putting, we got to go through all this stuff. And I'm thinking, well, if it's that big of a deal, why is it taking so long?
Well, all right. Let me touch on this. I saw Pyro said something about it's rumored now that they found out that people may get a stimulus package, $5,000. Look, could I use $5,000? Sure. Because I'll just be honest with you. I mean, since I messed my leg up a little over 3 years ago, I've only been able to work about 25% of what I should have over the last 3 years. So yeah, there was some financial hardship, but the Lord's took care of me. We hadn't had anything that we didn't get to do, or we just cut back, just live more frugal. But we've been okay. But that's because that I watched what I was doing. I had to balance the books. I had to make every cent count. But like that $5,000 for me, just honestly, because here's how I think, I would rather see that go to help the deficit. Let's get out of this damn hole. Because look here, I don't know about y'all, but if you pay off what you owe, that's when you thrive. When you're in debt, you're not thriving. You're existing. You're not thriving. And getting out of debt, and the only way, look, you cannot spend your way out of debt. There's nobody in the history of the damn world ever borrowed themselves out of debt. Can't happen. So, look, the reckless spending. Look, I'm all about helping people. I've devoted a lot of my life to helping people, and I have spent a lot of money out of my pocket doing it. I did it because I wanted to. But you know what I didn't do? I didn't take somebody else's money and make them donate. Never, not one time. No, you may ask somebody for a donation, but don't tell them that they got to donate because you feel like they ought to donate. You don't know what that person's going through if they can afford to donate. You don't have a clue. And that's like here local. I got a buddy, he's like a little brother I never wanted. He's wanting to go through the state and get a lodging tax passed here. I said, he's like, man, I need your help. I said, nope, I'll tell you what I'll do. I think enough of you that I'll stay the hell out of it. Man, I need some help. I said, nope. I said, dude, look, you can, I'm coining this phrase. If anybody else use it, y'all send me a quarter. I don't give a damn if it is to buy crippled kids' wheelchairs. Don't tell me that there's going to be a goddamn tax that I've got to pay. Now, if you want to ask somebody to help buy crippled kids' wheelchairs, that's fine. I'll help you ask. But just because I feel like crippled kids need wheelchairs, I can't tell Jeff that, hey, you're going to give me some money so I can buy this wheelchair. I don't know what Jeff's going through. Jeff may not have that money. It may put him in a horrible bind to have to pay this tax. And look, every politician comes down the road. That's their answer. Well, we could do more if we had more money. Well, I could too. I could do more if I had more money, but I can't go up here to the bank and go in there with a mask on and say, give me some money. And if I get caught, go, well, I mean, I needed it. I mean, it's not okay. I mean, I needed it. Well, no, it ain't about need. It's about, you're not being too damn generous if you're taking from somebody and giving it to somebody else. You don't automatically turn into Robin Hood. I mean, let's think about this. Everybody wants to look at Robin Hood like he was a hero. That son of a bitch was a thief. He was stealing from folks. Yeah, you can't get all high and mighty one and give them to the other one.
Right. All right, let's get off the politics for a while because I just get really angry about the political.
Look, bro, it keeps my heart working.
Let me get off this. There we
And
go.
I mean, I'm not hating on anybody. I just want everybody to wake up and realize that we're all in this shit together.
Hey. Look at Big Sexy. Looks good.
There he is.
Oh,
I
hey,
like
let me.
watching people burn.
I tell you this right quick. We'll change it totally. We'll go 180 degrees.
Oh God.
I told y'all about Wanda when Wanda went to leave. Tomorrow will be 2 weeks ago. Her and Abby walked out and got in her car. She's parked right here out the.
Oh,
Hey, we're talking about Bigfoot finally. Woo!
Well, anyway,
yeah.
I
remember you
walked.
sent us that message.
Shut
while
up,
we
Jeff.
were live.
Yeah. But anyway,
Here's your story, Greg.
Wanda and Abby walked out. Well, I went there to the door like I always do. And, it was like cold as crap. It was like 20-something degrees. So I just opened the outside the storm door and I'm standing there with my head out. Well, Abby's like 16 feet from me. She walks down the ramp, gets in the car. Well, Wanda goes to get in. Well, I'm looking at her car. My propane tank's over here. Well, just down from the propane tank, probably about 30 feet, I hear a limb break. Pretty good sized limb. Well, Wanda's just fixing to grab her door handle to get in. And she like stops and she looks up and she's like zones in, looking over in the woods. Well, I heard the limb break and I saw what she did. And I go, get in the car. She's 20 feet. I'm going, get in the car. And she's like, she's got her usual, hear nothing, see nothing, because Greg's talking. I'm looking over here. I'm helping you. I'm over here. And about that time, I hear something else crunch. And she looks like a damn turkey looking at a June bug. And I said, look, get in the damn car. A little louder. Well, she's still turkey and a June bug. I said, get in the damn car.
I still laugh about this, and you and I talked about this the other day when you called me.
Well, and then look, this goes on probably 30 seconds. Well, I hear a sound like a bigger limb broke. I said, get your ass in the damn car. And she like, looked at me like, did you hear something? Did somebody say something to me? And I'm like, get in the damn car. Well, she gets in the damn car, and I'm looking to back that way. She has to back up, and she cuts it to her right, and she backs in, and then goes to her left to go out. That's how she turns around, back up here, and then go. Look, where she's backing up is exactly where we heard the limbs break. Well, I'm trying to look through the door. I pulled the door back. I'm looking through the glass, watching them. She backs up and sits there just a second. While I see her start moving, I shut the door completely and shut the inside door and lock it. By the time I get turned around, my phone goes to ringing, and it's her. I mean, there's no way she was halfway out the driveway. I answered the phone, and I said, what? She goes, I think I just saw one. What? Would it cross the road? What are you talking about? Well, when I backed up there, I always use her. She's got an SUV, and it's got the screen in the dash, and it's got the backup, camera. She always uses it. She said, well, when I backed up, she said, I was looking in that backup screen to see how far, that's where the tree line is. She backs up to the tree line. Yeah. She said, when I backed up there, said my reverse lights had it lit. Said, you see good? She said that big pine tree that's over there, she said I was going to back up toward it, 5-6 foot from it. And she said it looked like a big person, like the tree, and then a big person standing beside it. And she said when I backed up there and stopped, so the person just like went right behind, just like zoop, just stepped sideways behind the tree, like they were hiding. I said, well, could you know anything about it? She said, well, it was big. She was just like a big person standing there. So they just sidestepped. And she said, I just put it in drive. And so I kept watching, but, she said, I dropped it in drive and started off and said, I never did see nothing else. I'm like, well, it's like 20 degrees. It's 8 o'clock at night. It's dark, damn it. There ain't nobody out here. It's just us. Look, what do you think that was? Well, that it might had to be, didn't it? So she's still trying to rationalize this in her head, going, I was like, what do you think it was? Well, I guess I did see one. She's still, and everybody's like, it's one of them.
And I remember you telling me that Abby was pissed off that she didn't see it.
Oh, yeah. Abby's like, Mama, why didn't you tell me? She's like, well, baby, I just looked, so I seen, it was standing by that tree, and it just sidestepped. So I could have said something, it was gone. But look, that was on, tomorrow will be 2 weeks ago. Well, then fast forward, I can't remember now what night it was, but it was.
Greg, I'm coming down there. I got to figure this out.
Well, look, fast forward 5-6 days, something like that. My days run together. I was sitting in the recliner right there. It's about between 3 and 3:15 in the morning. My porch is right here through this wall. That's the door. This is a small porch. Right faces where I park, and then the big porch is on the other side facing the river.
Now, which porch do you guys park at? The big porch or the little porch?
The small porch.
Okay.
All right, well, look, that's where the recliner that I usually sleep in is like 6 feet. 6 feet. On this porch, I've got, I'm a full-blown redneck. I collect stuff. There's a big Yeti cooler sitting on this porch. Yeah. And then I've got a box of stuff that weighs probably 50 pounds. It's some stuff I'd bought. It's sitting on it. And then I've got just one little old chair because I'll hobble out and sit on the porch right there sometimes and just listen. But I got just a lawn chair, this Yeti cooler. But behind the Yeti cooler at the edge of the porch, and where the chair is and where the cooler is, there's no dog or anything can get up there to mess with what I fixed to tell you. I've got 2 of the 5-gallon military jacket cans, like the fuel tanks, like you'd see hung on the back of a Jeep.
Yeah.
The heavy ones. I've got one that's a steel one and one that's made out of aluminum. They're sitting side by side. Well, they're rectangle shape. They're standing up side by side, and they're behind that on the edge of the porch. I'm sitting in this chair, and I hear one of those jacket cans. It's like if I go out there right now and pick one up, when you pick it up, it's going to wobble and it's going to bump the other one. I hear this jacket can go, blah, 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 and it was like probably 5-6 seconds. I hear it set back down on the lumber on the porch. It's like blump. Well, then, the first one it picked up 100% was the one that's made out of steel. Just a couple of seconds, I hear blah, blah, blah. The aluminum one got picked up. Because when it finally set it back down, the aluminum and the steel one make a total different sound. But it picked the steel one up and set it down, and picked the aluminum one up and set it back down. Well, I was in the process of easing my recliner down and slid my 357 out of the holster. And I started easing to look through the little window, the door, the little peephole. Well, I'm looking and I can't see nothing. Now, the porch light stays on. That porch light's been on for 3 years. The only time it's been off is if I change the bulb. Day and night, that light stays on. All right. I'm looking out. I can't see nothing. I can't hear nothing. I can't see nothing. The grass or the straw and the leaves are all wet. I don't hear nothing. Didn't hear nothing walk off. But 100% something picked up both of those cans one at a time, set them back down. Well, I stood there a couple of probably 3 or 4 minutes. I'd look through that damn hole. I'd have to shut my eye and look with the other one. I finally sat back down in the chair, reclined it back, and I'm listening. I got the TV. I turned it down super, like on 3 or 4, just barely hear it, and I'm listening. You'd have to walk all the way down this wall, about 25 feet, walk 30 feet across the end, and when you get to that end, that's where the steps come up on this back porch, and that porch back there is a 12 by 40, and it's all covered. It's a wooden, it's 5/4 lumber. It's got 2 by 10 floor joists. It's built really heavy. We built it. You take a 300-pound guy and walk on that porch, and the lumber will not squeak. It will not pop. You could have 10 people out there moving around. The lumber don't make any racket. I'm sitting in this chair, and I hear the steps out there start creaking. There's 3 steps to get up on that porch. Well, then I start hearing stuff get bumped around. I can hear the boards out there creaking and popping. Something's walking on the porch. I'm still sitting in the recliner with a 357 in my hand. I listen to that thing go down. I got a big picnic table. And on that picnic table, a few months ago, I bought basically a stack of antique cast iron skillets and stuff. And there's 6, 7 of them. There's 7 cast iron. I brought them in like a big stack. I laid them out. They're lined up on that picnic table. And I bought a stack. I think there's 5 or 6 stainless steel like mixing bowls. Well, they're all like one inside the other, from the big ones down to the smaller ones. Then there's some more stuff on that picnic table. I sit in this chair and I listen to the stainless steel bowls like something that was picking them up and putting them back together. They were clanging and tinging and making all this racket. Well, then I hear a cast iron skillet blump back on the table.
Oh, you've got a bunch of skillets out there, don't you?
Oh yeah, there's about 70 skillets in here hanging on the walls. I've got a collection of skillets, but that's why I bought that.
Inside.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. There's 7 on that table, and then there's some more big pots that's been out there for a while.
Yeah.
But there's probably 70 pieces of cast iron here at the man cave.
And you had something to drink the oil out of that.
I'll get on that in a second. I'll tell you a good part of that. But anyway, that thing picked up every one of those skillets. I don't know if it was just seeing if there was something in them. I don't know if it was I don't know what it was doing. But I could hear them when it would set them back down on that big wooden picnic table.
They're heavy. I've got.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm not talking about skillets. I'm talking about the smallest skillet out there is like a 9-inch, and then I got one that I think it's a 14-inch. But it was like something was just plundering, just seeing what was on the porch. Look, guys, there's stuff out there that a normal thief would have been like, whoopee, woo, look here, gold mine. I've got 2 generators. I got 2 generaters sitting out there. One of them's brand new.
And the other one touched.
Nothing. No, there's nothing out there gone, nothing touched. I ain't gonna say nothing touched, but I hadn't missed nothing. There's nothing out there that vanished. Nothing come up like somebody plundering and stealing.
And a good sized cast iron skillet, that's a heavy. I mean, the one I cook on in here.
Yeah.
It's.
Yeah. Well, all right. Let me finish this up though. I listen to this thing. Not only is it moving, like it's just looking around all over this porch. I can hear it. Like I said, I can hear it taking steps because I can hear the weight transfer of the lumber cracking. Well, then I decided it's moving back toward the steps. It came down the porch about halfway, and then it went back the way it came on. When I heard it go down the steps, the roof on that, the whole thing, I built it all, and it is 6 by 6 treated posts that's 3.5 feet in the ground with 2 bags of concrete around each one of them. That thing slapped one of them porch posts, and it sounded like you hit it with a sledgehammer. Wow! And then it was gone. Nothing else happened. So, I mean, it was just like, well, let me just go see if he may have something out here that I could eat. That's what it made me. Hey, I wondered for something in this, I wonder for something in that. Well, there's nothing out here. I will go around to the back porch. Let's just check. Well, no, ain't nothing in that. I wonder if there's something in this one. But this went on for 15, 20 minutes. And then it was over. And hadn't had anything else. But, that was, like I said, that was 4 or 5 days. I can't remember exactly from when one saw that out. So, but yeah, that's what I was telling. I don't forget who I was talking to. Was it you I was telling about we had a fish fry. I had a bunch of people over. It's been about this has been probably been 4 years ago, because before I ever broke my leg, we were on that porch. As a matter of fact, it's before I built this new addition. And we were on the back porch. We had about 16, 17 people over. And y'all, when I say a fish fry, we deep fried like 40 crab cakes. We deep fried like a bunch of stuffed crabs. We had like 2 big bags of stuffed crabs. We done like 60 big catfish fillets. We fried all kind of seafood. We had scallops. But look, y'all, that my big cast iron looks like a cauldron, big wash pot, cast iron. It's a 10-gallon cast iron pot. Chad and Erica saw it. It's the one that I had at Holland's that I was cooking in. That is the exact pot. The one that I've used at LBL, fed everybody, the one I fed everybody at Holland's with at the meet and greets. This is the exact pot that I was using to feed everybody. We fried all that stuff.
How big is it?
It's 10 gallon. You know, it's not one that dips in. It just comes out.
Oh.
Just a big. You know, the sides are straight down. And then, it's straight down.
Think about how much that thing weighs.
Oh yeah, I know what it weighs. It weighs about 50-something pounds. But now look, that thing was on this porch, same porch back here, the big porch. I've got this 12-foot long treated picnic table that's made out of 2x6s and 2x8s. It's extra big, but built heavy duty. The end of the table, when I was setting deep frying all this stuff, from the center of that table off the end, the middle of the end of the table, the pot was sitting right at the end of it. It was about 2 feet, 18 inches, 2 feet from the edge of the table to this big pot. I bought 2 5-gallon containers of peanut oil. And it was in the cardboard boxes and had the plastic jug. Well, I always rip the box open, pull the jug out, blunk, blunk, blunk. And I usually put about 7 gallons to 8, give or take. I've got about probably that much room at the top of that pot because your food's going to soak some up. And, you know, the more oil you got, the hotter it stays. And you can throw a lot of food in it and it don't cool your grease off. So we'll just say 7 gallons. We had fried all this food. And then look, when you get that much oil in a pot that's, you know, gosh, 3/8 of an inch thick cast iron, when you get that up to 350, 375, you can cut the heat off and that thing's hot for hours.
Yeah.
Well, once we got all
cast iron, you can.
Yeah.
I love cooking on them for that reason alone.
Yeah, exactly. Well, look, to keep from getting, because look, you're going to make a mess. When you're cooking this much food, feeding this many people, you're taking stuff out of the oil. What we did was I took my knife and I slit those boxes and broke it down into big pieces of cardboard. Well, I put it on the wooden floor around that and under that big cooker. That way, any oil that came out would drip on the cardboard, soak it up. I didn't make a mess. We fried all this food. Everybody was eating. I just cut the burner off and I set the lid on it. Well, look, hours later, this stuff was still hot. I was tired. We kind of picked up everything, the garbage on the porch. I carried it, threw it in mother's dumpster to her floors. There was no oil on that floor. The floor is clean. It's clean. It wasn't not one drop of oil spilled on the floor. Well, I told Wanda, I said, you know, some had spilled on the cardboard, but it wasn't on the floor. She said, well, you want to leave this cardboard? I said, no. I said, because it's got oil spilled on it. And them dogs come up here, they're going to shred this cardboard. So we folded it up and put it in one of the big garbage bags, and I threw it in the dumpster. That was on Saturday night. That Sunday, I come over here, and I thought, man, I got to get that oil. And I really didn't want to. I was like, I'm going to just be lazy and say, oh, I'm going to go inside. I'll do that tomorrow. Well, the lid, a big thick, you know, the lid's this big around. It's made out of like 1/4-inch aluminum. It's got a big wooden handle. The lid probably weighs 5 pounds. The lid, it's sealed up.
I have for this cast iron skillet I got in here.
Okay.
Man, you could beat somebody to death with that thing. It's
well, I mean, you know, this lid.
Pounds.
Yeah, well, this lid is heavy. All right. Well, look, I'm thinking, well, it's in the dry. It's on the porch. Nothing's messed with it. I'll leave it. I'll just do it tomorrow. So the next day, I'd done whatever work I had to do. I got over here up during the day. I thought, well, what we usually do on that is I've got some like rubber tubing that's like 3/8 of an inch rubber tubing. Instead of trying, because look, I'm nowhere big enough to try to pour out of this 10-gallon cast iron pot to pour the oil and strain it. So the longer it sits, all the sediment from frying goes to the bottom. So what you do is you take your empty jug and you take this piece of tube and you siphon it, and you siphon down till you start getting to where it's cloudy and stop. Then you throw away a minuscule amount of oil, but you save a lot of it as you can reuse. I'm thinking, okay, I need to get that oil up right now. When I pull up, and I got a walkway that goes around, go around the sidewalk, and when I go up on that back porch, I look. There's the cast iron pot still sitting right where it was. It's got a big, a stand that holds it up and the burner under it. First thing I notice is the damn lid ain't on the pot. Well, I look, and the lid has been moved not only the 2 feet from the pot to the picnic table. This picnic table is 12 feet long. That lid looked like somebody picked it up, moved it 8 feet, and set it in the middle of that picnic table. The handle was up, just like he picked it up and went, boop, set it over here. I walk up there and look in that pot, and the oil was dropped probably 8 or 10 inches from where it was. This oil is gone. There is not at least 3 gallons of oil is gone out of this pot. And I'm like scratching my head. And I'm looking on the floor because I'm thinking, okay, well, look, devil's advocate. Let's say the dogs come up there and they smelt this oil that's cooked all this fish and seafood. Well, I don't know about y'all, but a dog could have pushed the lid off, but the lid would have been laying on the floor, turned upside down, laying on the floor, whatever. And if that dog was sticking his head in there, what's the dog going to do? He's going to pick his head, pull it out, and he's going to sling, and there'll be oil everywhere.
It's going to be all over the place.
That's right.
Look, there's as much
like
oil.
something drunk, it like drank it out of the damn.
Look, there's as much peanut oil on my finger right now as there was on that floor. They wasn't a drop nowhere. I mean, not a drop. Because if you drop oil on that treated lumber, it's going to stay. You're going to see it for years.
It's like somebody stuck their face in it and just sucked it out.
Yeah. Well, look, y'all, I'm sitting there and I'm looking and I'm going, okay, there's got to be 3 gallons of oil's gone. But how in the hell? Because now look, the top of this pot is probably 10 inches lower than the top of this table. And not only that, there was like some citronella candles sitting there. There's 4 or 5 things sitting on this table. And it's like it had to be picked up and raised way up here and carried and put over there. Well, a coon didn't do that. A coon would have.
How do you explain that? There's no way to explain that.
But that dang oil, y'all. Look, Coonbo got tickled. He was laughing. He said, I bet that son of a bitch is scared. He's probably shit 12 foot up a pine tree over there.
I was going to say, just take a walk out through the woods real quick. You'll find out what had it.
Some diarrhea up on the trees. And
So look, I didn't see the booger man drink that oil out of that pot. I'm just telling you what happened. But anybody that's any of my cooking at the meet and greets, y'all got to eat out of a dish.
I bet you if Corey Allen had been around, he would have scoured that place and found some liquid shit on the trees somewhere around there.
Yes.
Right.
Wow.
Hillary's on fire.
They're going to need that toilet paper, Greg.
Hillary,
you should have just set a case of it out there on the porch and left a note for him.
You know what, Hillary? You know what the motto is, don't you? Everybody talks about how stuff's always shits and giggles. It is till somebody giggles and shits.
Yeah. True story.
I giggled and puked.
That booger was probably sitting up there in the Woodz bathroom going, oh God, why did I do this to myself?
But no, I mean, I've had people say, well,
I bet you it was good tasting oil, Greg. I'm sure it was delicious.
Well, I mean, think about it, y'all. I mean, all the stuff. I mean, we had everything was battered and you know, I don't know about where y'all live, but you know, we thrive on Creole seasoning and salt. You know, and I know that oil had plenty of salt in it and stuff like that. Plus, I mean, peanut oil, and it fried all that.
Scallops and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, yeah. We cook scallops and all kind of stuff. But
Scallops are amazing.
And I love scallops. Scallops are.
Yeah. But like I said, y'all, I mean, look, I ain't got no video. I didn't say that somebody's drinking it, but that's the only thing that I can make sense. But I don't.
Was the lid? Sorry.
I bet the lid probably weighs 4 or 5 pounds. Like I said, it's 1/4 inch aluminum, and that thing's probably, I don't know. I'd have to measure it, but I'm guessing that pot's probably 27 inches across, 28.
I gotta measure the skillet I got in here in the kitchen, but I mean, picking it up with the lid on top of it, I can barely hold it up off of the, you know.
I mean, Jerry, I couldn't ever figure out. I've had people say, "Well, you think he picked it up and drank it like drinking out of a bowl with like milk from your cereal?" I said, "No, I really believe. I don't think the thing got in there and was scooping it up. Honest to God, in my mind, I think the thing just got down there, stuck his face to it, and pushed his lips out,
or his tongue."
Hey, Greg, you could sell that. You could sell that for some money now because a booger drunk out of it.
I mean, look, I can't tell you what done it, but I can tell you straight up, that's what I think done it.
I have to say,
there's no other way to explain that. I mean, it's just it's something that weighs that much. No one's. I mean, even an animal. You figured you'd find some sign there'd be, you know. You would think there'd be grease splatter and all that from.
It's hard for, you know, working with the oil in the container and it not leaving a trail and not dripping off the side.
Right.
You know, that's the mystery.
You know, to me, look, if you'd had 8 coons, 10 coons, 2, 3 dogs, any kind of animal, look, they would have had to been tall enough because, you know, that pot's, gosh, it's probably as tall as like I'd say it's probably 20 something inches off the ground. It like I said, probably 8 or 10 inches being as high as that table.
And it was just sitting there, right? It was.
But you know, any kind of animal, they would have made a mess. I mean, look at a dog just trying to drink water. There's gonna be water splattered everywhere.
Yeah. And you figure something as big as like a bear or something. I don't know how like as far as bears in Alabama go, but if you had
bears and more bears.
If you had bears get into that thing, I mean, I've seen. So here's an example of what I've seen bears do. When we went to Maine this year, the last day we were all done hunting. Everybody had gone home except for 3 of us. We stayed there and we figured we ride around with the guide and shoot grouse and whatever out of the side by side riding around the woods. And well, we went and baited all these spots. There was one spot that had 2 bait barrels, and we had 6 bears on the camera that were 400 plus pounds. And they had picked, you know, they'd eaten the barrels. He gets, he goes to these places that have, you know, junk food that they're throwing, that they, you know, candy and stuff that they don't throw, they don't sell it because, you know, of whatever, like something fell apart in the machinery or whatever, and that they had to sell a certain part of it off. And he buys this stuff, you know, and you're talking a whole 55-gallon drum full of bait that's got all sorts of different candies and stuff in it.
Yeah.
And these bears, it'd just be spread all over the ground, and they'd take the barrels and push them over the hill, and you'd have to go down and get these 55-gallon drums and hump them back up and refill.
Well, I mean, and there, I mean, even look, I've never, as much as I'm in the woods, I've never seen a bear ever in the state of Alabama, ever. The only bears I've ever seen is in Tennessee. Now, they did turn some bears loose here a few years back. But look, a bear ain't gonna pick that lid up and move it 8 feet, set it on that table.
No, it's not. It's gonna knock that cover off, because what they usually do with the bear baits is they fill the barrel up and they'll dump big rocks, probably 30, 40 pounds worth of rocks into that barrel to keep the bait from them pushing it around.
Yeah.
And once they get that barrel empty, they'll roll it around and push it over the hill, and then you got to go set all this stuff back in it, and then set the lid on it and put a big rock on top of it, or a couple of rocks, to keep them from moving it. So it just doesn't make sense.
No, not at all. But I can tell you this, I didn't save any of that damn oil.
Smart move.
Yeah, I didn't want no
And
booger.
I tell you, Greg, with my luck, if I went down there to hang out with you, we'd probably have something running across the roof again, or some crazy shit. And I still laugh at Billy Schilling, because Billy was telling me about when he was there, and you were on the phone, and he went over there and started picking up all that aluminum foil that was spread all over the yard.
Yeah.
He said he's sitting there by that propane tank stuff, picking up this stuff, and he said to me, he's like, man, I started wondering, maybe there's something here watching me picking up all this aluminum foil and stuff.
Yeah.
And I tell you, I love Billy Schilling. That man is.
Oh yeah.
But
guy. Right now, as Misty was typing that, she was rolling her tongue. I'll bet you $1,000.
I was thinking the same thing.
I bet she was typing it.
But I tell you, Billy has heard the same exact vocals and stuff that I've heard when he was working on his cabin. And you could tell that man was distraught from what he heard on top of that building, because he hadn't gone back to work on anything on that cabin.
Dude, look.
He told me all the stuff they did to put all these beams and everything to build this cabin, property of his. And his boys and stuff have gone back. And that night, Jerry, that Robbie Raines was on here, and he played that audio of what he caught, of what was caught on that Ring doorbell camera, and that same night, I mean, I was getting messages from Billy going, that's exactly what I heard when I was on top of that roof putting all this stuff together. Wow. He's like, the only thing I took home was the chainsaw and whatever else I could grab. And he's like, I left all the hand tools and everything else up there, and it's still up there.
Yeah. Y'all, look, I mean, as far as I know, tomorrow, I think Brother Billy and Sherry and Donna's going to come on and talk about what they experienced up there, what all three of them saw or down there at Holland.
Awesome.
He called me about a month ago and was talking to me about that. And he's like, well, I can tell you what it wasn't. And I tell you, Billy is a hell of a guy. I absolutely love that man. He's a tough dude. And you got somebody like him that's telling you that stuff, and it's just.
Yeah. Look, man, look, you're not. I'll give you 3 months, and you can't find a better dude than Billy Schilling. Ain't no way.
Billy Schilling is, yeah.
Hey, look, Jerry, I'm wondering right now. Misty, when she spits that loogie through her tongue rolled up, you gonna cross her eyes where she can aim.
I tell you what, though, we gotta get Pyro on here one night.
Yes, 100%. Yes.
I still have a channel left.
Oh yeah.
You'll have a channel.
You may wind up. You may wind up having to delete.
He did 4 different shows this week. He did.
I think
My
it was on
Cryptids.
Tuesday,
He did the regular EEP. He did the antique pulling edition on Thursday, which they
Had
only
Friday
do.
night off and back at it again tonight.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And Tuesday night.
There's the boss.
and he's done 4 shows this week.
Yep.
Jerry, I don't know how I could give any more credit to you.
Hey,
Ain't no credit.
I'll
needed.
tell you what, Jeff. Apparently the ticket to come here and have some activity, kind of guaranteed, is Misty's got to be here. I don't know what she does to these things, but they absolutely.
Oh,
Something
ours
if she
is-
sees something's gonna happen.
She can hawk. I almost said hawk too. She can hawk a loogie. So whatever. Maybe
Yeah.
that's what they're interested in.
Room where they always beat on too.
Do what?
She picks the room they always beat on, doesn't she?
Yeah, I thought she was gonna get in a fight with Spencer when
Did they
she's
what?
like the bedroom right here. This bedroom wall is where they usually hit the wall. thought
Right
her-
over the cliff we go. Right over the cliff we go. Here we go.
No,
Look
I
out,
thought her
Misty.
Spencer was gonna fight. She threatened his life. She said, "I'm staying in that room." I said, "Okay."
Didn't you put Spencer in the bunk room with the AK and everything?
Yeah, yeah.
I still laugh about that. He's like, "Is this thing loaded?" He's like, "Well, if you pull the charging handle, it is."
Yeah, I mean, it ain't no good if it ain't.
That's right.
But I still laugh about the night she was there, and I think you guys had gone somewhere, and Mark Newble was in the bathroom.
Yeah, that's when Misty was on the porch.
Yelling at him to pinch it off or what? I don't care.
Oh, God.
Oh, wait.
That's like
She,
me. I could be doing I go out hunting, I could be camping, and something happens to me. So maybe when I come down there, it'll
If
something.
he comes down there, keep him down there, would you?
I'll bring my damn thermal with me.
Hey, look, he leaves here, comes back home, he may not even wear shoes ever again.
I told Greg, I said, I don't know how I'm going to be able to do this all in a week because I got to go to his place. We got to go over to Coonbow's. I got to go to Mark Green's. And Mark already told me
Oh,
if
yeah.
we go during deer season, I'm going to be making the trail because he wants to carry me up to Creepy Mountain and Flat Rock's already like, well, you're more than welcome to stay here for a night or two. And I'm like,
Man,
Take a month. Just take a month. Go.
The cool thing about this, let me just lay this out. Coonbow is 1 hour. I can walk out right now and leave, and I can be sitting in Coonbow's, like walking on his porch in less than an hour. It'll be between 55 minutes and an hour, depends on traffic. He's about 50 miles crow fly. And
I'll have to break it up because I can't go for 2 weeks at a time.
well, see, look, if we just start out with Coonbow's, he's nearly due north of me, about 50 miles. You come here, and then if I leave here, I have to go from here to Birmingham, which is 1 hour, and then from Birmingham to Mark's house is about an hour, and it's nearly spot on like 105 miles. So I can be there 2 hours or less. Well, then from there down to Flat Rocks is probably a couple of hours. So look, I mean, I could leave here a bit Flat Rocks in 3 hours, 45 minutes to 4 hours.
Wow.
But that's kind of
Flat Rock's like right there on the Florida line, isn't he?
Well, he's not right on the line. He is, I guess it's probably 40, 50 miles. But he's on down. He's like I said, he's from right here to Flat Rock, it'll take about 4 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it ain't far.
I tell you, Flat Rock, he's got that man has really put in the time and the effort. That, like the eye shine that we were talking about with Jerry, that's identical to what he's seen over here. And there ain't no cows or anything around that vicinity. That's the only thing I have here that would even have a wide enough eye, because I look at them in the field lights at night, and then I'll even put the thermal on them to make sure that's what I'm seeing.
I talk to Kumbo about it every day, but I was trying to think what day it was. He told me yesterday, he called me yesterday evening, and he said, I told you about Sandy seeing that booger at the house. I said, no. I said, when? And I can't remember what day it was. It was one day this last week. You go up this main road and you turn on like School Road and then you turn on Baker Road. And you go down Baker Road, it's probably 200 yards.
He's got his own road.
Yeah, you turn on Baker Road and you go about 200 yards and then there's a gate, you go in his driveway. But right before, like when you turn in his driveway, there's a few trees and like a hedgerow. But right before you get there, it's like this field. It's got a bunch of grass stuff going up in it. And then you got this like a fence row with a bunch of hedges and some trees. But where that hedgerow is, right as they got fixing to hit the hedgerow, I guess Sandy looked over at him and like he passes, that group of trees. She's like, did you see that? He's like, what? I think I just saw a booger. They was like, he was standing by like right against the hedgerow out in this field. And he stops and backs up and they don't see it. Well, he goes back around and loops around by his grandma's old house and loops around out in the field because he owns the field. They drove up and down and look, we're talking a very narrow fence row, but they drove right down through there looking up in that hedgerow. And he said, I do not know where it went. I have no clue. He said, but Sandy saw it, said it was like standing right there. And it wasn't far from the truck where he talked. It was just maybe 35, 40 yards. But he's like, man, I don't know where it went. But that was just in the last week.
Do they ever go out there and like camp out on the back of the farm?
Every now and then. And hopefully he's talking about they may be 5 or 6 of the close group that goes here like the next month. He's wanting to go camp. And he does, I don't know what he calls the point. That's out on, you're overlooking the Tennessee River. And oh my God, it's gorgeous. But now look, we're talking about a farm that's over 600 acres. I mean, he's got one of the prettiest farms in North Alabama.
Now, I'll say this right now. If I get to go down there, I would love to camp out on the backside of that if there's any way we could do it.
I don't know if you would or not, Jeff. You wouldn't look. I wouldn't sleep over there in the goddamn tent for $100,000. Ain't happening. I don't plan on being a damn booger sack lunch.
Jeff, you gonna bring your banana hammock?
Hey, in the honor of Coonbo and everybody else, I would bring the banana hammock and the hammock and camp out.
What if they say he gonna have one to sleep in and one to wear?
Yeah. I'll be honest with you right now. Everything that's happened to me, I've never really had what I would consider a violent encounter with him, except for that one time I got too close to him back here.
I thought you was gonna say it one time at band camp.
I would volunteer myself to go camp out in a hammock.
Sounds like you.
No doubt,
it doesn't. I know Greg gets weird, but it doesn't bother me. It just, I don't know why, but
I always think of Greg and how he said, I think it was 250-pound packed lunch or something like that. So funny.
Look, I'm telling y'all. Look, my wife. All the stuff that went on here, and that's what absolutely amazes me. And that's why it's like these things are attracted to certain people for some crazy reason. Wanda she's had experiences. Don't get me wrong. She's had experiences. She's heard stuff. That the other day, this is 25 years deep into dealing with these things. And that's the first time she's got to see something like that she actually said, well, hey, I saw something. But, like for her, when the first time I took her to Kumbo's, we pulled out there on the point that we all went out and eat. It was me and her, Kumbo and Sandy, and then Jack Overkirk went with us. We went to a real good restaurant there. It's called Stanfield's. It's in Muscle Shoals. Anybody's ever in Muscle Shoals, go to Stanfield's. Oh my God, it's awesome. But anyway, we went out and ate, and we came back, got back to his farm about 10 o'clock that night. And we just went up there to eat. I mean, that's what we were doing. We're just up there eating. And we went out on the point. And he's like, well, y'all want to just ride out there and see? We pull out there on the point, and no, I misspoke. That wasn't the night that we went to Stanfield's. That was a different night. This night was, I called Kumbo, and he said, well, why don't y'all come up here? We'll go eat. I said, well, why don't I just go get some ribeyes and we'll cook them? So that's what we done. That night I went, the butcher, we got the grocery store here. We got an actual butcher.
Let me tell you something. If I don't have to fly down or whatever, I will bring some of our steaks.
Game on.
Out there right now.
I want that in writing. I want that in writing, Jeff. But anyway, we grilled steaks that night, and we got done. Everybody ate. We were sitting around on his porch, and that's what he said. They said, "Hey, I want to ride out on the point." I said, "Sure." So Kumbo and Sandy were in his truck that Chevrolet's got, and I was in one in my Dodge, and Jack's got a Jeep. Well, you drive across these fields for probably 3/4 of a mile, and then you go probably 3/4 of a mile through the woods. And he's got it's not a pig trail, it's not a logging road. We're talking about when they put this road in, you can meet 2 cars, and it's gravel. But now the leaves and the pine straws got it just hard. You're not going to get stuck. It's a very good road. But you go out there, and it's all hardwood timber, and he's got just like select cut, so it's kind of a opening, but it's still trees in it. Well, he goes up and he makes it's kind of got like a circle, like a loop. It's just a big campsite. It's probably, say, a 75-foot circle.
Oh, and I'm coming home with one of those damn rocks. Spencer can kiss my ass.
Oh my God, we'll get you a big one. But anyway, look, Kumbo makes this circle, and when you make this circle, the pasture, like the way he went, the pasture side of his truck was probably less than 20 feet from like a 40-foot drop straight into the Tennessee River. It's up on this bluff. He turns around, and his truck's facing this way. The river's behind him, and I pull up driver's door to driver's door, and we roll the windows down. Well, Jack pulls up about 15 feet behind my truck, his Jeep. Well, he gets out and walks up between the two driver doors.
Now wait a minute. Didn't Jack used to live in Maryland at one point?
He lived up there somewhere. I can't remember. It may have been Maryland.
I remember him talking about that.
All right. Well, we wind up, we're sitting there, and y'all, I kid you not, we had not been there 5 minutes. 5 minutes. It was nice outside, probably 70-something degrees that night. We had the two of the windows, driver and passenger window on my truck, the back doors, the windows were up.
Yeah.
But we're sitting there, and it's black. It's dark, y'all. I'm talking about dark. And very little moonlight. We're sitting there, and Jack's standing there between us, and I start hearing out the pasture side where Wanda's sitting in the leaves. You can hear something walking, bipedal, and it's coming up kind of like the swag. Comes up a ridge up to where we're at. Y'all, that thing couldn't have been over 25, 30 yards. It walked up and just stopped. And Jack goes, I think we're not out here by ourselves. I said, yeah, I've been hearing it. I said, it walked up right over here. He said, yeah. Well, that thing gets quiet. Well, on the other side of Kumbo's truck, you hear walking coming up. Well, in a few minutes, behind Jack's Jeep, we hear another one coming up. 3 bipedal somethings, one on each side, one behind us, and the river's here. So we're kind of like hemmed in. They're not coming out in this opening. They're just out of the opening. We're sitting there, and we're just kind of whispering and trying really to listen, just be quiet. And Wanda, I could tell she was like trying to look. She's got the turkey and the June bug going. And, about that time, you start hearing that the leaves were on. The leaves were on the trees. You could hear a rock. I'll say a rock. It was something heavy. You can hear it coming from where we heard that bipedal stop out the side of my truck. You can hear it ripping. Like if you throw something through the leaves, it tears the leaves. You hear them ripping. You can hear it coming through the leaves, and it lands right in front of my. It couldn't have missed the front of my truck by 5 feet. Wow. And it sounded like a rock bigger than a golf ball. It hits and goes to bouncing and goes pretty much off the end of the bluff. And Jack goes, that was a rock, wasn't it? I said, well, it was something. We stand there, or he stands there, and we're sitting there listening. From the other side, one, you can hear it coming. And it lands between the tailgate of my truck and the hood of his Jeep. I said, well, apparently the other one wants to throw something too. Y'all, we sit there about 20 minutes. And them things threw probably 8 or 10 rocks. Just some of them sound like they were bigger than others, but you could hear them coming. They was ripped through the leaves and then land. Never hit nothing, never hit a truck, never hit nobody. And finally, we kept thinking, it sounded like they were getting a little bit closer. You would hear them like move a couple of steps and stop. And then here in a minute, there would be another rock. And then after a few minutes, you'd hear them like they were getting closer. And Kimbo said, they keep inching up. Said, we may ought to ease on. So we got in the vehicles, or Jack got in his vehicle. We cranked up. We all turned around and left, but nothing happened. It wasn't the simple fact that they were there and get close. It was a simple fact that right here behind or in front of my truck behind Tim's is a rock bluff that goes into a river that's over a mile wide. On both sides and behind us, these things they're coming in on us, and they just keep getting closer and closer. He's like, yeah, we may or not stay out here. So we went back to his place and stayed for a little while. But that was probably the closest encounter as far as like really seeing something happen, and not just like smelling or hearing something, but actually a physical, like, oh shit, there's something that is way the hell out here in the middle of nowhere. I mean, because here's the deal. This is kind of in the north center part of his farm. And y'all, look, if it was somebody, they would have had to walk in there because there was no other vehicles. We didn't have another vehicle. And there's no way in hell somebody knew we were going to be out there. And, we got 3 things out here that's throwing rocks at us. Well, I mean, there's not a big list of wildlife that's going to throw rocks.
Hey, bears don't have hands.
No.
My buddy said that in West Virginia when we were up there last time, with stuff getting thrown in the creek and all that, and they don't throw hands.
What is Misty wanting to plan?
Girls trip.
Girls trip.
Now,
Oh,
if anybody is going to be available in April, I'm going to be at Michelle up above Gettysburg with Mary.
You gonna finally get to meet Miss Mary?
Yep.
Man,
I'm
look.
going to go hang out with her at the Forest County Bigfoot Festival up there.
Look.
Up north of Pennsylvania.
I'm sorry, Mary. I'm sorry.
Look, all I can tell you, Jeff, I want you to do one thing. When you finally meet Mary in the flesh and you give her a hug, give her 2 of them, one of them from me. Because, boy, I love Mary.
Mary's so sweet. She is.
Yes.
I tell you, she's really helped us out a lot.
Good.
It's been great having somebody out here in our area, that really knows what she's talking about.
Or that'll talk to you. Yeah.
I mean, we've gotten lucky with the amount of people that we've met. I mean, all you guys, I just still can't.
It overwhelms me when I was telling a guy today about it. I said, dude, I can't even explain the group of people that is like got drawn together.
Yeah.
It's overwhelming. I mean,
I might even get to meet Bud and Angie. Bud and I were talking the other day because he's coming on the show, not next week, but the following week, because Jerry's taking off next week to go to Chatham, Virginia.
Well, there again, dude. I can't even put it in words and do it justice how good of people Bud and Angie both are. I mean, unreal. But look at the whole group, guys. I mean, I don't even have enough. I don't have enough words to put together. I mean, it's like everybody is that way. Yeah. It's awesome.
Now, I wanted to ask you, Greg, how's Nathan Bolin doing?
He's still recovering, from what I understood. I hadn't talked to Jack in a while, but he's got up where he's like been able to walk around. I don't know if he's having to use a walker right now or what, but he's actually got mobile again.
Now, sometime I would love to get, we're going to get Kumbo on for our big show for the hundreds. We got to work on that. Yeah. And I'm sure Kumbo would do that. And
I'm gonna go ahead and throw Bud under the bus. I don't know what he done, but Bud way outkicked his coverage with Angie. So, look, I'll talk about, because look, she is a very pretty lady and super sweet. But so Bud, like, I don't know what he pulled the wool over her eyes, made her feel like he was like a lost puppy or something. I don't know what he done, but he done something big.
Hey, I tell you, I love Bud. Bud's awesome.
Bud's super good dude, man. He come by here and stayed with me. Spent one night when he was going down to Florida, and I wish he could have stayed for a damn week, man. He just got here and kind of laid over just to come see the place, and we didn't really get to do much. But yeah, he's been here. He come here. He keeps telling Angie he's gonna bring her down here, but he ain't done it yet.
Now, does Jack ever come visit the man cave?
He's been down here, but he hadn't been down here in a while.
Where's he at now?
He lives up around Huntsville. He's about probably an hour and a half from here. But now look, Nathan Boland, talking about Nate, the first time that I'd ever, like, when I got, well, actually the very first time that I got
his show is, I think when I first heard you, was it?
Well, it may have been the Big Dog PPB. But look, that's when the Kumbo, Kyle Bronco, Bill White, he told Kumbo about me, and he got me.
I wish I could have talked to that man. Good God.
Oh, dude, look, I wish Bill was still around. Ain't no doubt, because that was a great dude. But see, he got me in touch with Kumbo, and look, dude, within, like, talking to Kumbo like 2 or 3 times on the phone, within a month, he invited me to come up to his farm. That's when he was still living in Missouri, but he was going to be down here, because it was like his close-knit group of guys. They were going to do an outing and do a bunch of boogering in North Alabama. He's like, man, I wish you'd come up here where you could meet everybody and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, man, I've just talked to him on the phone for a couple of 3, 4 times. Yeah. But I was like, shit, I'm going to go. Hell, it may be a bunch of damn strangers, but I'm going. And I went up there and stayed 3 nights at his grandma's old house and had a blast. But look, we came down here. I was still, I was still having a lot of activity. I was looking for answers, and they come down here. Now, look, we didn't booger right here, but across the road, I'm talking about 300 yards from where I'm sitting, there's an old road that winds around, and it dead ends where there used to be a bridge. I carried them down there. Tim done a call, and like almost instantly, we got an answer, and it wasn't far away. Well, Nate Boland had a FLIR, and he was where we were at. We were down here, and it was like the river come around to our right, and to the left, it went up the side of the mountain. And Nate goes, I got something on the FLIR. It's like, what? And Nate actually videoed with his FLIR. I mean, it's pretty damn good FLIR images. There was 3 of them. They were on the side of that hill up about 100 yards from us, like they were skirting around, like trying to see what the hell we were doing. But yeah, Nate videoed that right over here. And but that's when I got the super introduction to Cheryl Corntassel, Troy Allen, Kumbo, and I talked to him on the phone a few times. But I got to meet like I felt like somebody had drugged me in to be a superhero. It's like, did I get my cake today, or I got to mail order it? I don't know what I'm supposed to do. But and y'all, the thing about it was, like, every one of those guys, it was like the first time I met them, it's like I'd known them forever. It was just like I'd known everybody for a long time.
Well, it's amazing when you get in with the right group of people in this, and like them. I mean, I know there's a lot of people in this subject, and some people I just are too serious on the subject for me to. But those guys, I always gravitated towards them because they they can have funny stories too, mixed in with all that mess of stuff, like Cheryl's story about the wild hog.
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing, y'all. I'll just say this without elaborating, and I'm usually pretty good at elaborating. But there's stuff that group of guys, that things that don't get like broadcast, that they've witnessed and seen, that it's still trying to put their hands around of things they've experienced, and that's not well known. And will not be well known unless they want to tell it. But it's absolutely amazing at some of the things that people have lived through and been through and seen and this and that. And, like for me, I mean, I've had stuff happen to me that I'm still not comfortable talking about. I ain't been violated or nothing. I ain't where I'm going, but, it's still,
Al, what's happened to Al? My buddy Josh, that's been here with me on a lot of this, he still has a hard time coming to terms with it. He believes in it, but
yeah,
he was always under the impression, like me, that it was out on the West Coast somewhere. And
yeah, exactly. I wish Misty would bring him down. I saved a picture of Misty and them dreads. It's still in my phone.
Those dreads are going to be famous.
I'm telling you. Hey, she rocked those damn dreads.
She did.
I keep trying to get her to bring back her. She had those big blonde wig. She had the big ponytail or the pigtails.
I want to know if she was rocking the dreads during bear season.
No, she didn't have her dreads. I've got an action video of the bear hunt, though. I got her walking the dog down the road trying to jump the bear, and her telling the dog.
You got to think about that, though. How many times bear dogs run up on a booger?
Oh, probably a lot.
Between coon dogs and bear dogs.
Yeah.
That's another thing.
Yeah. Well, who knows that? It's still, like I said, I tell people all the time, look, I've had a lot of encounters. I know there's a lot of people's had way more than I have.
Oh, see what she said right there? I think had it happen.
Yeah. Oh, I wouldn't doubt I guarantee you them dogs they run up there in them mountains probably had experience with them. That may have been some of them times that they turned to, that may be some of the times that they thought they struck a bear that it wasn't a bear. It may have just went on and went out of there, and it may not have been a bear. Yes, Mary, I wish Cheryl Corntassel would come, because I'm going to tell you.
I was going to ask, that's a name I haven't seen around in a while. What happened? What's he doing?
Well, Cheryl had a lot of stuff going on at work, and then his wife, her health got real bad for a while, and he just kind of had to step back. He just had a lot of stuff going on. But look, y'all, Cheryl Corntassel is an awesome dude. I mean, awesome guy. Yep, he is an awesome dude. But yeah, if we could ever get Troy Allen to really come on out and talk some more, I've been proud of him. He's come on a couple of times with us and talked. But there again, I mean, that's what I tell people about the meet and greet. You get to come meet these people like at LBL. Me and Coonbo and Troy sit there and talk and answered some questions that people had and stuff. And I mean, I think probably, Jeff, you've talked to Troy some, right?
No, I haven't.
You haven't? Okay. Yeah, you need to. Yeah, you need
to sometimes.
I was going to say that's probably the only one. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. One night, if you just want to get us in a group call or something, Greg, I'd love to talk to him, because I'm sure he could help me out with a lot of stuff that I've been thinking about over here.
Oh, I'm sure, but I mean, you got to look at like Troy. I mean, he was like as far as Coonbo went, he was at his grandparents' farm and dealt with these things from the time he's a little kid. But the thing with Troy, he had way more encounters. That's what Coonbo will tell you. And I'll just tell you this. I mean, Coonbo will tell you straight up that Troy knows more about boogers and had way more encounters than he's ever had. And I figure if you took the encounters that I've had, me and Kumbo's talked about this. I told him, matter of fact, several times that, brother, look, if you took the encounters you had and the encounters I had, rolled them up together, still wouldn't be what Troy's had.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
I know I've heard him speak on one of the shows, but wow, I didn't realize the depth of it that much.
Yeah. Pyro's comment right there about corn tassel is the name of one of the great Cherokee chiefs. Look, Cheryl is a direct descendant of that chief. 100%. He is a direct descendant of that chief.
Wow.
So yeah, that's what Chief Corn Tassel. But yeah, Cheryl's that's how his family's name. It's that he's a descendant of Cherokee Chief.
Yeah.
But yeah, y'all, I mean, it's just amazing that what I get to looking back how different things would have been. I really, there for a long time, I really cursed these things. But now it's like, being what I've been involved in and had to put up with, it's really the whole group of people and that I've been, been introduced to. It's been worth it. Look at there. There's old Billy Schilling.
Billy Schilling's in here. Good morning, everybody. Yes.
Yeah.
If you live in the East over here, it is morning.
Hey, Greg, I have to ask you a question.
All right.
How long are you growing your beard?
Well, I don't know. Last time I went, she probably cut 1.5 inches off of it down here at the bottom.
Yeah.
But I told her, I said, we're probably going to let it go a little further. I don't know. It'll stretch on down to right there. I'm still a hold of it. But
there's Billy Schilling.
Really good.
It does look good, brother. It does.
yeah,
I love the split you got right there in the middle. I love that.
What gets me? It's not as much as split. It's just I got these like Chevelle deck shops down at that gray. If it was gray here in the middle, see, I mean, that's this dark hair right here, and it makes it look like there's a gap.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. That kills me because I keep pulling it together, so I don't look like Yosemite Sam. I mean, because look, if I take it and fork it out like this, that's what I feel like, Yosemite Sam.
Yep.
So I thought about taking me some wax and roll it and curl it up like this.
I've seen that before. No, don't do that.
Nah, probably
You have a
not.
great beard. Your beard's awesome.
So
Look, babe,
our family doctor was a Swedish guy.
But see, that's what I'm saying. This looks like just a gaping hole, but it's the hair.
It's dark. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Our family doctor was Swedish, and he
Yeah.
didn't have a whole lot of a beard, but he had one of those perfectly curled mustaches.
handlebar mustache.
And the man smoked a pipe during his practice the entire
Perfect.
time.
That's the way it was back in the day.
He smoked a pipe, and he was like the best doctor we ever had.
Watch
Jeff.
Greg pull out a pipe right now.
And
Guys, look,
he's
I got
smoking a pipe
two.
like an
I got-
old rainbow, and
I got a meerschaum over there on the wall. But hey, look, best doctor I've ever had, never been to, and I would still be using him, but the man moved. This guy was about 280 pounds and chain smoked. I come out of the ER one time, he sewed my leg up. I come out of the ER and he come out behind me and we stood up there and smoked at the emergency room entrance. That's the kind of guy you want for a doctor. He'll shoot you straight.
well, that's like there was another old doctor over here, Dr. White, over in Whiteford, and a lot of the old timers I knew that had him. Jerry knows who I'm talking about probably, and he would be
I'm one of them
in there
old-timers.
operating on you. Like the one guy I knew had to have part of his fingernail or whatever cut off. He's
Yeah.
in there smoking a cigarette with this much ash hanging off the front of it. And he just took a pair of scissors and clipped her off. And
Man, them old
that guy got
countries.
stung by a bunch of yellow jackets, and he was highly allergic to stuff, And he comes in, he's like, "All right, sit there for a few minutes and catch your breath." It's like, "You feel better now?" "Yeah." "All right, you can go home."
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, but now y'all, it's just like I said, I look at things and like, It's not hard to tie things
Roger,
together.
we're coming for you.
No doubt.
One
It's not
night,
hard though to
one
tie
night we're
things.
on Greg on.
No,
but
we're
gonna
not.
do it.
No, we're not, because I'm getting ready to kill it.
Well,
Oh
Jerry,
my God.
Jerry can start the show, and we'll just message him later
No.
and
No,
have him turn.
no.
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
Do your own
out,
show.
too. No.
No doubt. Well,
I'll start my own channel for that.
we
No,
all
you
agree
wouldn't.
there.
Good luck.
Jeff,
Huh?
you'd be asleep before you fucking started.
It's the same.
Sorry, Jerry.
Good thing. Oh my gosh. Jeff, how in the world have you not wrecked every vehicle you got and going to sleep and run off the road?
Well, see, here's
He
the
just
thing:
wrecked his truck.
if I'm talking and I got something to keep me occupied, I'm good to go. But if I'm too quiet for too long, like a lot of these shows, I fall asleep if I ain't got nothing active going on. That's why I got to tell Jerry to message in and get me to ask questions, because if I don't for a while, I'm tuned out.
Oh my God.
It's a dairy farmer thing. Every dairy farmer that I've ever known, if they sit here for too long, we'd have a competition who's going to fall asleep first.
Oh, yeah. The dairy farmer excuse. Heard it a million times.
But Bud said the other day, he's like, well, when we do the show, we'll see who can stay awake longer, you or Angie.
Dude. Well, look, sleep is overrated, dude. I mean,
A week.
I usually get about 2.5 to 3 hours, whether I need it or not.
I'm
my
about there. I'm
God.
about with you, Greg, on that. I hate
Yeah.
it because I want to sleep, but I can't.
Man, week before last, I had a bunch of stuff going on, and my problem is I can be exhausted, but my brain won't shut down. I got 3,000 things that I'm trying to plot out at the same time.
Yep.
And I can lay there and close my eyes and think, man, I got to get some sleep. But I'm thinking about what I got to do tomorrow, the day after, and the day after that, and what I should have done 3 days ago and yesterday and a week ago. And I got up about 7 o'clock one morning. I didn't sleep at all that night. And then the next night, I went to sleep at like 3 a.m. and slept 2.5 hours, and then was up nearly all night the next night. So I went I can't remember, it was like 50 something hours, and I slept like a grand total of 3 hours and 50 something hours. And it's like you're kind of on autopilot. You can't. There's not much you can do, and it's just like everybody's like, "Man, why don't you go to sleep?" Well, that's a damn good idea. I wish I'd thought of it.
I'm jealous of her because she can put her head on my shoulder right now. And like,
Oh, I could right now.
I can't.
Yeah.
It takes me an hour, 2 hours to even try to fall asleep, and then my brain's running. I wake up an hour later. Yeah.
Yeah,
So I think we're in the same boat there.
yeah. The older I get, the less I sleep. I'm afraid I'll miss out on something, I guess. But, yeah,
Sometimes I can sleep all night till the next morning, and then some nights I'm up 3 or 4 times. Some nights I wake up and I'll just go in here and start going through stuff, or I'll go outside and scan the perimeter for critters that aren't supposed to be messing with my chickens or whatever. And
yeah. Well, I'll tell you this morning, I went to sleep. Last time I looked at that clock right up there, it was 6:15, and I woke up at 8. I had my alarm set for 8. So I slept an hour and 45 minutes last night. And I probably won't sleep more than that. I'm going to have to work tomorrow. I plan on probably getting up about 9, but it doesn't matter if you sleep a few hours late if you don't go to sleep before daylight.
yeah, sometimes I'll call Greg in the morning at 10 o'clock, and I was like, "You just wake up?" Yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't go to sleep till 7. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. Everybody's like, "Man, you got your days and nights messed up." I'm like, "No, I'm up day and night."
You like that before any kind of medications for like your leg or anything?
Do what?
Were you like that before you started taking any kind of medications?
No, I've been like this for years. I mean, look, here's the deal, Jerry. Like especially summertime, doing what I do to make a living, heating and cooling.
Yep.
look, in the summertime, and I tell people, look, the most I ever worked was like 123 hours in 1 week. And they're like, there's no way. I'm like, yeah, there's a way. You work 7 days a week. And dude, I would go out and work like 16 or 18 hours in a day. Never stop, take lunch, whoop in a convenience store, get a pack of crackers or a heat 'em and eat 'em rubber burger and book home. And, I'd roll in at home and may get home at like 3 in the morning. By the time you take a 15-minute shower, you lay down, it's time to get back up.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm leaving at 8 o'clock. Well, I may get in at 1 or 2 the next night.
Yeah.
And we have pulled some times that I would leave home at 8 o'clock, get home at 5 a.m. 5 a.m. I would grab something to eat, get a shower, just open the refrigerator and just devour the first thing I could find.
Uh-huh.
Take a shower, sit in the recliner for like an hour, and get up and go. You stretch it down. You work 22 hours in 1 day.
Yeah.
And then you go.
Your story. Hitting an air. Back when I was doing it, you carried a pager. You were on call 24 hours.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're saying.
And people go, well, my God, why did you do that? Why would you do that? Well, okay, I made $7,000 yesterday legally.
It's good money.
Yeah, and it's like, what? Yeah,
legally.
I cleared $7,000, and I'm not at risk of going to prison. So yeah, I mean, and look, when you do what I do for a living, you've got about 4 months in the summertime when you either make it or lose it.
Right.
And then you got a couple of months where you're sitting around twiddling your thumbs, and then when cold weather hits, it's balls to the wall again.
Yep.
And you have to get it because look, here's the deal. If you called me or called anybody and said, hey, look, dude, my air just went down, the heat index is 112 and it's 90 something in here, we're dying. And I say, well, look, I can, today's Monday, I can get you Wednesday week from now.
I don't want to hear that.
Well, the first thing you're going to do is hang that damn phone up and start dialing and find somebody that can be there quicker.
Yeah.
So yeah, you have to get it when the money's on the table. You rake it in your pile.
And I can say this because I've been on nighttime calls at 1 in the morning where Greg pops in, where he just got back from doing work.
Yeah.
At night during the summertime last year.
Look, y'all. I mean, since I broke my leg, I started off, I broke it in 7 places, and they thought they was going to take my leg off, and I got a miraculous healing. And then, a year later, my ankle crushed, which was totally different. For 3 years, man, I spent like 16 or 17 months of the last 3 years on crutches, and I spent nearly 9 months in a wheelchair. Yeah. Look, I was the dude that was going out doing service calls in a wheelchair. And then I've done a bunch of them on crutches. People's like, man, I can't believe you're working. I'm like, well, I can believe the damn bills kept coming in.
That's right.
Look at you.
You got to pay the bills. That's right.
You take anybody. I don't care if you're on a fixed income, you work a regular job. Do it like this. Figure out if for the next 3 years, if you could take whatever your bills are accustomed to and take 3/4 of it and throw it out the window. Yeah. That's what I went through. And I'll just tell you, by the grace of the good Lord, that I had enough sense to put some money back, because I'll just tell you up front, I went through a little over $100,000 that I had saved. That's what it took to keep my bill. And everybody's like, $100,000? I'm like, well, look, what I could work, I did work, but my bills were adjusted to what the money I was making. And when you take 3/4 of that, you got to make up the ground somewhere. And just by the grace of the Lord, I was able to do that. But really think about it like this. We're talking $33,000 a year. $33,000 in today's economy don't go far. Yep. I mean but that's where I'm at. Hey, look,
with the feed bills and everything we got to pay here.
Yeah. And the glorious thing about working for self is there's no workers' comp. There's none of that. I mean, you just,
even if you're working for a dairy co-op like we do, shipping to them, you ain't. No, you're not.
Yeah, but here's the deal. I mean, it was humbling. It was just the whole deal of, hey, look, let's just tighten the purse strings, and I just cut back and just live. What you got to do, you got to live
Always
within
tell
your
you,
means.
tighten the belt up.
Live within your means, and it's not fun, but hey, I'm still good. I'm back working a lot more. I went to the doctor not last Wednesday, but the week before. They X-rayed my ankle. The surgeon, he told me he could see where the bone is building around the end of the big bolt that they put in through it.
Yeah.
And that the actually titanium ankle that I got that don't move, but you can see where the bone is absolutely kind of absorbing around it. And he showed me like the X-rays from 3 months before versus that one. You can see it building it. It's actually encapsulating that titanium. And he said, look, he said, really? He said, I couldn't ask it to look better than what it does right now at this point.
Yeah.
He said, I think it's doing really well. He said, you may have to battle the containing the swelling, trying to keep the swelling down. He said, this may be another year. It may be 2 years. He said, you may have problems from now on.
Right.
I said, well, doc, at least I got my foot. That moron that I dealt with to start with didn't give me an option. He's like, well, it's going to set up gangrene. Nobody can do anything, and we'll just cut her off. And I said, well, I started putting my shoe back on, and he's like, what are you doing?
Second opinion.
I said, my fat ass fixed to go out that door. And he just looked at me. And that's exactly what I said. My fat ass fixed to go out that door.
Yeah.
Because he said, where are you going? Well, right there. He's like, well, I didn't told you what you need to do between now and then. I said, I've got nothing else to say to you. You've got nothing else to say to me. I've heard all I need from you. And he's like, like all offended. I said, look, dude, I'm fixing to go out that door. And I said, they may wind up taking my foot off, but I'm going to go get a second, third, or 15th opinion. We're a long way from me just going, well, shit, just cut my foot off.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
But, like I said, dude, I mean, after I left there within 2 hours, after hours, because everybody was closed, holiday weekend, I had already talked to a lady that works. It was a friend of a friend of a friend. Look, within 45 minutes of me getting the bad news, it was like the Lord just lined people up, said, go this way. And I was talking to the nurse practitioner that's a surgical assistant with that surgeon that wound up fixing my foot. I had an appointment. Within 5 days of this bad news, we went a 3-day holiday weekend and 2 more days. And I was in that guy's office, and he's like, look, he said, oh, no, no, you're a long way from needing your foot taken off.
There you go.
And I said, well, why was that told this? He said, honestly, you want the honest? I said, look, that's all I want is honesty. He said he could do a 2-hour surgery, take your foot off, and probably make $80,000 and go play golf. I'm like, gee, wow, that makes me feel warm and fuzzy.
No shite.
Yeah.
He said,
look,
I asked him, I said, can you fix it? I said, is it fixable? That's what I want to know. He said, look, he said, what you got is horrible. He said, your bone is crushed. There's nothing to build back to. And he said, this syndrome you've got, he said, it's caused by your, it's caused by your depletion of vitamin D. And you have, he said, your bones are brittle. He said, look, what you've got to study on right now till we get your bones back hardened up. He said, it ain't just your ankle. He said, it's from right here all the way to your toes. Your body has robbed the calcium out of your bones. He said, you're like a walking around like a fluorescent light bulb. He said, please don't do anything to like car wreck. He said, look, you got to be extra careful. And I said, so, and then look, I go from like not so much worried about my ankle. It's like, I'm gonna look like somebody dropped a light bulb on the concrete if something happens. I said, so does this mean I'm gonna be like this from now on? He said, no. He said, look, we can turn this around.
Look who just popped in.
That's okay, Roger. 2 more hours, punk.
Okay,
Keep it
Roger.
up, punk. I hope I have in your situation being smart enough to go for another opinion. I'm getting ready
Y'all
to
look,
big crap on my
it-
shoulder. So.
Hey,
Yeah, look,
Greg, wasn't that the same guy that right before you were supposed to have the surgery, he went and looked at the what they were going to put in your leg and said that nope, that's wrong.
Oh, dude, look, look, I was supposed to have the surgery a month before I did. They had to they took a computer off of the X-ray. They took a computer and they designed that implant specifically for me because they knew they were going to have to cut part of the bone off, the leg bone, and the ankle had to go, and then they had to rebuild it from the heel bone up. And they plotted this thing had to be so many inches tall, so the diameter was and it had to be built a certain way. It's not just a tube. It comes down and it's got a bulge for the front part of your foot to move. Well, about 4 or 5 days before I was scheduled to have surgery, the part came in, and that surgeon himself went and looked at it, and he checked it. And the place that built, now look, we waited 3 months to get the implant. He went and checked it before the surgery ever started. And he said it just didn't look right. And he got to looking, and the place had built it wrong. The manufacturer that built that titanium part built it incorrectly, and he caught it. Oh, and he's like, "Look, we got a problem." He said, "We're gonna have to hold off on your surgery." He said, "I got to get back with them and see what they said." And they put a rust job on it because they'd screwed up, and it took another 4 weeks. But y'all, I don't know. I mean, it's
got lucky with that, Greg. You had somebody looking out for you there.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you this, y'all. Look, I'll tell you this straight up. I was already prepped for surgery. I mean, I'm laying on the gurney with the IV going in my arm. They done give me my meds. The surgeon comes into the little room in the pre-op. Wanda's sitting in the chair. I'm laying on the gurney. Of course, everybody, you're going to be put to sleep and whittled on. Everybody's nervous. The surgeon walks in. He said, "Mr. House, you ready?" I said, "Doc, I'm ready to start getting well." I said, "I've been down here just cruising along, but I'm ready to turn this around and start the recovery part." I said, "Yeah, I'm ready if you are." He said, "Well," said, "everybody's in there. They're in the OR." Said, "Everything's being prepped right now." He said, we're fixing to start. Said, "Probably about 10, 15 minutes. We're going to have you asleep, and I'm going to be cutting." And he looked over and he asked Wanda, he said, "Look, have you got any questions?" She said, "No, not really." And he told her, he said, "Look," he said, "we're looking at an 8-hour surgery, 8 hours." He said, "Now look, you can't stay in this pre-op room. You'll have to go stay in the waiting room." And he said, "We're going to take care of him." Said he's going to be well taken care of. So he said, "I got a member of my team." Said they're going to update you every hour, and said they're going to let you know what the progress is. And I promise you, if something happens, we're going to be in touch with you immediately. He said, "I don't want you to have to sit out here with people coming in here sick." He said, "If you want to go get you something to eat, if you want to go down to Walmart," he said, "We've got you." Said, "We're going to call you. We're going to keep you updated." He said, "You make yourself comfortable because we're going to take care of him." All right. We wind up. The man, and I told her, I said, "Look, go get you something. Go do what he says. There's no need you sitting in there. You can't do anything." Well, the man turns to me and he says, "Mr. House," he said, I'm a Christian." I said, "Doc, I know that. It shows in everything you've done and everything you say." The man looks at me and says, he said, "Well, I want you to know," he said, "I pray before every surgery." He said, "Would you pray with me?" I'm laying on this gurney, and the man's standing right beside the bed.
Yeah.
And he says, he asked me, he said, would you pray with me?" I said, "Yes, sir. Be proud to." And the man holds his hands out like this, holds them with his fingers up. And I catch both of his hands like that. Mine's this way, his is that way. And that man laid out one of the most beautiful prayers I've ever heard. And look, he wasn't screaming it, and he dang sure wasn't whispering, but you could have heard the man from 50 feet in this busy hospital. And
here's an interesting question: did the man have M's in his hand?
have what?
The M's.
Oh, I don't know. I don't get that deep, Jeff. I don't know. But anyway, this man starts praying, and from the time his voice first started, guys, it was like I had a hold of one of those TENS units that they put to stimulate your muscles. I could feel like electricity going up both hands, like through my arms, top of my head to the bottom of my feet. And the whole time that man spoke, it was just a tingling like electricity. I felt like I were to be glowing in the dark. And when he said amen, and I did, and I turned his hands loose, it was just like it just faded away.
Wow.
And I knew, right there, hey, I don't know what's going to happen, but I know I'm going to be okay. I didn't look. I went to that surgery, y'all. I was smiling from ear to ear because I'm like, look, the spirit's here, and look, I'm good. And you know, and that's where I'm at now. I mean, I've seen so much that the Lord. I feel like the Lord just revealed Himself to me in the last 3 years. It's overwhelming. So, and I got it. I'm still a heathen, but I'll sit and talk about the Lord to anybody. Y'all give me a minute, I'll testify to you.
Yeah, 100%. It's 1 a.m. in the east.
Is it really?
No.
Oh, shite.
Hey, even DA said he's going to bed.
Oh no! Hey, look, I reckon. I don't know if y'all heard or not, but I think Roger, he got some pretty good news at his doctor.
Yeah.
He went back.
Awesome.
Hey,
Yeah.
River's here.
Oh, River Morris.
River.
Good night. Good night, River. Good night, River. You're not
Oh,
starting.
wow. Oh, wow. That's Brother River. Y'all, I've been so busy. I haven't had like y'all's video chat at night and stuff. Y'all, I hadn't even been able to get on
We
it.
haven't done too many, but River, he's been dealing with some blood clots, and
He's gonna have to increase his alcohol intake and get his blood thinned out.
That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's right.
Prayers to you, River. Get straight.
Yes, sir, brother. We'll be River. I'll be saying a prayer for you tonight. But y'all, like I said, I look around at the things that's happened and the people that's come in my life in the last few years, and it's been absolutely amazing.
Hey, Greg, we think the
we're
same
glad
thing.
we're here, Greg.
Yep.
We've met so many people, thanks to Greg and Roger, that our lives have changed.
And I still got to brag on Greg for getting me out of the shadows into this. So
y'all, I can't. I mean, like Roger, and you know me. I'll just tell y'all, me and Spencer and Misty and Roger, the four of us, we've got a chat that we're well, actually Roger's son's on there, but I think he just stalks us. He'll comment here and there, but it's mainly me and Roger and Misty and Spencer. And it's just something every day, and it's just amazing.
Spencer throws his phone in his boot for the evening, so he doesn't have to listen to it.
Yeah, I think he puts salt in his boot, but I mean, it's just y'all. I mean, and look, y'all. Like I said, I mean, I keep telling Misty, you know, I've got 3 brothers, never had a sister, and I always thought it would be cool to get a sister, and here I am. You know, I was, you know. I honestly, I look at Misty just like an absolute blood sister. I mean, Lord help. I'm at this point, I don't know what the hell I do without her right now.
Yeah.
Because
I know how you feel, because you guys, I feel a closer connection to you guys now than I did with most of my friends that I've had for years. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like I've known everybody for hell. Jerry and I apparently knew each other, and we didn't even know that.
No doubt.
For how long?
What are you talking about?
Now,
well, that's how Eric and I feel we're in a chat with
Jerry's like the big brother.
Yeah.
We're in a chat with Jeffrey, Jerry, and David, and and Greg. We've got a chat with you guys too, but we've never felt like. Well, I'll say that I feel you guys are more family than my family. How's that?
Yeah.
It's been a great connection.
I mean, I can't have these kind of conversations with a lot of people. You know, it's just,
well, y'all. I mean, and that's like, you know, I get messages from so many folks. I mean, just I get, and I love getting messages. I mean, sometimes it may take me a minute to answer back, but you know, just so many people. Hey, dude, how you doing? How's your day? And man, it's awesome. It's unreal because there's so many people that are legitimately caring folks, and they just checking up on you.
And Greg's gotten into a contact with a lot of locals around him that have stuff going on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That. Well, I'll just tell you what. Sandra that came
Yep.
on our show. Sandra. I mean, I talked to
You
her.
and I talked about that the other week about she's got stuff going on again.
Yeah, we're gonna get Sandra back on, let her talk about what she's been going through. But look, Sandra was messaging me at 1 o'clock in the morning and freaked out because she's got a surveillance camera on the back of her house, and on one corner of it, the lights are out, and the edge of her yard. I don't know how to say it other than they watched a Bigfoot easing through the edge of the timber one night. It came through, and she said it was bent over and it was picking stuff up off the ground. But her camera, she can't use it to record. All they could do was sit there, her and her son, her husband sitting there watching this thing.
Yeah, because it's a ring cam, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a ring cam. But the thing about it, she don't have it set up where she can record. She can just see it, but can't record.
And the thing that you and I were talking about, if she sent it to Ring, then they have it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I told her, I said, well, look, Sandra, if nothing else, take one phone, and the phone you're viewing it on, take another phone and record that phone screen. So she did, and she actually got some video or pictures that she took. And look, and some of the pictures.
Did she catch one carrying a deer or something across her?
Look, this thing, basically that's what it looks like in the camera. It looks like it's coming back through the edge of the woods. It's got a deer on its shoulder. And that's what the pictures look like. So
Greg,
I mean,
if you could send that to me at some point, if you have it, I'd like to compare, because I got a friend of mine that's 6'1", and he carried a deer out of the woods.
Yeah.
My place on his shoulders. I'd like to see what that looks like in comparison to what
see, not only that, which I mean, this stuff we'll go over, and you just have to hear her talk about it. But her son, he's got some chickens. Of course, he's got chickens for the eggs. Something stole one chicken. I think he had like 7, and overnight he went back and there's 6, and there's no way this thing had actually slid like a barn latch. It slid it, reached in, got a chicken, and relatched it. There's no way a chicken could get out of this coop. Ain't no way. But something stole the chicken. No feathers, no nothing. But his flock got reduced by one chicken, and he's been worried to death about the thing's gonna get my chickens. But I don't reckon it's got any more. Her son, he got home and like they've got a building. Well, I understood behind her house. He saw one like leaning, peeking out around the building, looking at him. I mean, we're talking from right here where I'm sitting is less than 20 miles to Sandra's house. She's close. She lives really close to me. But yeah, so look, we got to get Sandra, got to get her back on.
Right after COVID, I had one of the neighbors talking to me because we've been seeing more bears around here. Bears have been getting more prevalent. I mean, a lot of people have seen them, and they said to me, like, well, what do you know that would they had an enclosure, and her husband took heavy duty screws, staples, and everything, and fastened the run to the side of the coop.
Yeah.
This has been within the last year or two, something had tore that loose from the side of the building.
Yeah.
I was getting in there after the chickens, and they're like, well, you think that would have been a bear? And I was like, I mean, it could have been, but just from the way they told me this thing was constructed, I'm thinking, how in the hell did it rip? And that's right there on Birkins Road, Jerry.
Yep.
Huh.
That's like a mile from me. And
wow.
It tore the
mile and a half.
Yeah.
2 miles from me.
Yeah. It tore it off. It just tore it off. It just tore the side off of it.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Well, guys, I hate to leave good company, but I'm gonna have to get off. I gotta go find something to eat. I hadn't eaten since this morning.
Now I'm hungry again, damn it. Now I'm gonna have to
go eat, Jeffrey.
Well, guys, I enjoyed it. Maybe we didn't put everybody to sleep with boredom.
There's still 51 people in chat.
There's still 51 people.
51 people here, so that's cool.
All I can tell people is they need to when we do have another meet and greet, they got to come. They just got to get there if they want to hear the really behind the scenes stuff. Come to meet and greet.
Agreed.
Yes.
Agreed.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, have to make the trip.
Hey, Greg, can I ask? Are you going to be at the McMinnville, Tennessee thing again?
When is that? Is that like June?
I think it's August.
August? I thought about coming back up there. I think Coonbo, they're wanting Coonbo to speak. That's what he told me yesterday. If he speaks, I'll probably come up there for sure. But yeah, he asked me. They want him to come to. Where was it? He told me, like it wasn't Nevada. It was.
We're setting records tonight.
It was somewhere.
Watch out, Roger.
It was somewhere. I can't remember. It wasn't Nevada. It was Nebraska. They want Coonbo to come to Nebraska for some type of conference.
Okay.
Hey, I will say this right now. Like, he is one of the guys in this that I would consider an expert. I can't say that about a lot of people, but he's.
Well, look, like I said there again, I've been blessed to.
Yeah.
I got thrown in Coonbo's group, and he took me in like a lost puppy. And I mean, he's like an extra big brother. I mean, me and him talk every day, sometimes, most time, multiple times. And I get, here's the deal. Me and him, we talk a lot about boogers. But we talk a lot about just everyday, real life, just buddies talking about stuff. But we do. I mean, I've got the inside track to somebody to talk to. That's, and I'm trying to soak up all the knowledge I can. But I get to thinking about it, and just that I kind of hit the super lotto with the guys that is absolutely like sure enough brothers. Like I said, Troy and Coonbo both. And matter of fact, when I come in here, when I was trying to get on the show a while ago, I was telling Troy Allen, like, look, brother, I got to jump on here. Let me call you back tomorrow. So I was on the phone with him when I was driving back. So,
I just have one thing to add here. Mary is still in chat.
Wow.
Go, Mary. Come on, girl.
Yeah,
It's 1:11 a.m. here in the East, and Mary is still in chat. Wow.
I'm telling
Sorry, Mary.
you.
We love Mary.
Yes, absolutely.
I tell you, I consider all you guys brothers and sisters at this point. It's been, man,
I don't know what I consider you, Jeff, but that's okay.
Hey, I can jack them egg prices up higher, Jerry.
Am I over there buying them now? No.
No.
I don't blame you.
I'll be over for some steak though.
Hey, Jerry,
I'll tell you,
Always good
I
stuff.
might have to spoil everybody at Michaud and bring some meat with me when I come to.
No,
Yeah,
wait till you come
come to
south.
that
Wait
I'm
till you
5
come
miles
south.
away. Bring it over here. It's a lot closer.
right there's one that I want to get on the show. I can't talk her into it. It's Catherine.
Catherine,
Yeah.
We'll work on that. We'll get her on the show sometime.
I'm telling you, I'm gonna be mad if she comes on y'all show. I've been begging her for 2 years.
It's competition now, Greg. Come on.
That's what I'm talking about. I told her, look, she come on there with me and Misty. She can wear a Halloween mask. I don't care. I just want her to come on top with her.
Are you guys doing a night house tomorrow?
I was hoping we was doing one tonight, but that don't look like that's happening. I guess it depends on
Kind of
Misty.
sort of are.
Yeah.
You kind of are right now.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I'm down for a show anytime. I don't
Hey,
care.
Roger, my shit's better than Arby's.
No doubt.
Yep. All right, Jeffrey.
Mom's gonna be wondering why there's a
Time
whole
to say
piece of
goodnight,
steak
Jeffrey.
missing from the freezer. When I
Time to
Jerry,
say goodnight, Jeffrey.
Just be glad he's still awake, Jerry.
Yeah, it's
doing
rare,
good.
isn't it?
Hey, I've
that little
I've
red
had a
cup
lot
he's
of-
got in his
I've
hand.
got a lot of chewing tobacco here and
Cocaine.
keeping myself awake.
He'd be like Dewey Cox. Be like, Dewey, you don't want none of this yet. Oh, yeah, I think I might.
Yeah.
Oh,
Smash that
man.
thumbs up button. That's right, Mary.
Yeah, zip line over that button and hit the like.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, but I'm like y'all. I'm tickled. Mary's hung in here like a rusty fish up tonight. I tell you, she'd be. I bet her eyes don't stay up much longer. She'd be conked out. But
Yeah,
I'm not kidding.
I'm gonna get a snack, and I won't be much longer.
Hey Jeff, we're amazed you went this long, brother.
Well, look, Misty got snackish too.
Look, I'm gonna throw my sister.
That's
I'm gonna
right,
throw my
Myra. I
sister.
did do a 30-minute goodbye on Moggs the other night, Thursday night.
Well, let me tell you this. I'm gonna throw sister under the bus. She'll send me a message or send me and Roger and Spencer a message. It'll be like, like right now, 12:15 here, 1:15 y'all's time. It may be 2 y'all's time.
Yeah.
I'll be like, WTF y'all doing? And she'll be like, fixing a snack. And I'm like, that ain't a snack. She sent a picture last night. She had cooked some type of cheese sandwiches. This was like yesterday evening for supper. Some type of awesome cheese sandwiches. Looked like the cheese was 2 inches thick. Look, she had made this big loaf of homemade bread. And look, and my mouth's watering. I'm about to starve. I'm eating vein of sausage. She's eating this big monster cheese sandwich. Well, then fast forward a few hours, it's a little after midnight. She sends another picture, and there's like this whole bed of onions that's like caramelizing, and this like big old hamburger patty in it. Then here in a minute, she sends this like a damn burger that's this tall with like onions strewn on the side, big old fat meat. And she's like, it's snack time. It's 2 a.m. You've done went here and cooked another big meal. And then she's washing it down with those damn flaming hot Cheetos or some shit. And I'm like you and heartburn is like merging right now,
Jerry's, well, not Jerry, but the one more than Greg, we were doing a chat and I had to get up to go milk. And I was like, hell, I went out and started cooking stuff on the flat, the Blackstone out front. I was cooking sausage and eggs, and I was like, well, hell, I got to get up in an hour to go to work. I might as well eat before I go.
Yeah.
I'm telling y'all, look, she'll wait. Misty will wait till like 2 a.m. and she'll get in there and she'll be like Paula Dean cooking up some big extravagant meal. When I have a snack late at night, it's usually like, well, I get me some peanut butter crackers or something. She's like got a hero sandwich 4 foot long, and
Well, some nights you guys are in here. I got the crock pot running with bear stew or bear roasts or some sort of chili concoction and sampling it all night till I fall asleep.
she gets snackish. Look at her. I get snackish. Yeah, you get snackish. I'd weigh 750 pounds.
Well, if you can keep the bread away from you, that's a plus. I tell you though, I can't keep the potatoes away. No matter how hard I try, the potatoes win their way back into my life, and it's just.
Hey.
And I'll tell you, you guys want the easiest thing to put in the garden: potatoes. You can grow them damn things in a bucket. You can accidentally plant them, and
Jeff, I saw a guy that was using. He had a stack of old car tires.
Yeah.
Come on for 5. Here we go. We're headed for 5.
Oh my gosh. Well, y'all, really, I got to get something to eat, or I'm gonna be like my sugar.
I want to go eat some baked beans and bacon here or something, and God, it's been awesome.
Maybe we entertained some folks. I enjoyed it.
Oh yeah, I
Thank
didn't
you,
see any complaints.
I appreciate it. We know Spencer had to go. He had to go cater to whatever he's got going on there at his house.
Yeah.
I had a feeling once we started, Greg was going to pick up the slack after Spencer.
I think he got drowsy on us. I don't know. He was starting to fall
asleep. Hey, there's some red circles that
he caught the Yarrington disease and his eyelids started shut.
Yes. in case anybody didn't
Hey,
see that.
no,
Hold
no
on just
offense.
a minute. Here we
No
go.
offense to Flat Rock. We had so much good information the other night on that show. I was sitting there trying to absorb everything that was going into that, and I just couldn't. Christ, it was so bad. Parker, of all people, sent me a message to wake my ass up.
Look,
Oh,
dude. Here's the thing. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you straight up. You know, you're there again. Flat Rock. You know, Ken. Man, you're not gonna meet a better dude than Ken. And
Yeah.
y'all,
Oh,
that man is honest as the day is long.
Yeah. Well, it makes me laugh when that night, you know, when John and Phyllis were talking about what happened at Flat Rocks, and Flat Rocks just in the other room cooking dinner.
Yeah.
Well, there's a damn booger in the. It's like, do we tell him?
You know, I mean, that's the thing about it. I don't know. I think what we need to do is start a GoFundMe and we'll buy Spencer some candles.
I was surprised. Spencer must have ran out of cigar funds. He wasn't even smoking in the truck tonight. I don't know what was going on there.
We're out of here. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Say good night, Jeff. Say good night, Jeff.
Good night.
Big love, everybody.
Thank you, Greg. Appreciate it, brother. Thank you.
Love you guys.
Hey, look, I got the right angle now. We see the horns in the background.
There you go.
Oh yeah, there you go. All right, that's it till what? 2 weeks? Not next
Yeah,
week.
we're taking next week off, so I'll be lurking in the chat rooms somewhere.
He's a lurker.
He's a lurker. He's a dodo lurker. Is what he. All right. Night
See ya.
all. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg.
Night, guys.
See you guys.
Right.